Eu, Marquita Alexandre do Forte Jaime,
Oh, yes, sorry. My apologies. Honorable Makita Alexander Laforte Jami, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
juramento ou declaração de adesão dos parlamentos da SADC. Eu, Marquita Alexandre do Forte Jaime, juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
que respeitarei a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demonstrarei respeito aos órgãos institucionais do Fórum
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
que cumprirei da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores, os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I shall now have Honorable Jeronima Agostino. Forget your name. Honorable Agostino, kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. Say I, Honorable
Eu, Jerônimo Agostinho,
take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, demonstrar respeito aos órgãos constitucionais do Fórum,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
cumprir da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores e os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Honorable Ivandro Jodo Almeida Franco Masinge. Honorable, kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Eu,
Honorable Ivandro Joado Almeida Franco Masinge,
Ivandro Jordão Almeida Franco Massingue,
take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demonstrar respeito aos órgãos institucionais do Fórum,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
e cumprir da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores e valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Finally, Honorable Siamon Muhombi Makuyana. Bom dia. Honorable, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Honorable Siamoni Mohambi Makwena, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Juramento ou declaração de adesão ao Parlamento da SADC. Eu, Simone Muhambi Makwena, juro solenemente respeitar nesta augusta Assembleia o foro da SADC o seguinte.
That I hold the procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
Respeitar a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demonstrar o respeito aos órgãos institucionais do Fórum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Cumprir da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores dos valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Muito obrigada. Now I will move on to Namibia, kindly inviting the Honorable Speaker, Sarah Kongungwela Amadila. Honorable Speaker, you may kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Honorable Speaker Sarah Kongungwela Amadila, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I, Sarah Kugongerwa Amadila, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
You're welcome. Congratulations. I now invite Honorable Ntombovuyo Veronica Mentenkuna. Honorable Mentor, may you kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Honorable Ntombovuyo Veronica Mentenkuna, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I, Ntombovuyo Veronica Mentenkuna, take the oath before this August plenary assembly of SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
That I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Welcome back. I'll now call upon Zambia, Honorable Chushi Kasanda. Honorable Kasanda, kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Honorable Chushi Kasanda, take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
I, Honorable Chushi Kasanda, take oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes the swearing in ceremony. Honorable members, may we kindly give a warm applause and welcome members to the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, d'avoir mené à bien cette séance de prestation de serment. Et je tiens à féliciter ceux qui ont fait leur serment et bienvenue à la famille du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Maintenant, nous allons passer aux annonces du président. Premièrement, je vais parler de l'élection de nouveaux présidents du Parlement. Suite aux récentes élections générales en Namibie qui ont eu lieu en novembre, l'honorable Sarah Kangwenjela Amadila a été élue présidente de l'Assemblée nationale et participe pour la première fois à l'Assemblée plénière. Je tiens à vous adresser mes plus sincères félicitations pour votre élection comme président hôte du siège de notre forum et je vous souhaite chaleureusement la bienvenue au sein de la famille du forum. Je tiens également à féliciter sincèrement la Namibie d'avoir rejoint la cohorte des pays ayant eu une femme à la présidence de l'Assemblée nationale. Cela représente une étape encourageante pour l'égalité des genres au sein du forum. Dans le même ordre d'idées, je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude à l'ancien président de l'Assemblée nationale de la Namibie, honorable Peter Kachavivi, qui a servi avec distinction en tant que président hôte du siège du forum et qui a depuis pris sa retraite. Deuxième annonce, il s'agit des excuses pour l'absence à la 57e Assemblée plénière. Nous avons reçu les excuses des parlements suivants, celui de Maurice et celui de Tanzanie. Troisièmement, je vais parler de mise à jour de l'accord portant sur le Parlement de la SADC. Depuis la mise à jour fournie lors de la 56e Assemblée plénière qui a noté que 12 États membres avaient signé l'accord portant modification du traité de la SADC en vue de la création du Parlement de la SADC, comme l'a enregistré le 44e sommet tenu en août 2024 à Harare, au Zimbabwe, et que l'accord est entré en vigueur le 11 juillet 2024, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer que le Botswana a signé l'accord le 26 mars 2025, ce qui nous a rapprochés de l'approbation universelle. Par ailleurs, Madagascar est en train de finaliser les formalités nécessaires pour compléter son adhésion. J'ai aussi reçu une communication de la République de l'île Maurice qu'elle va signer les raccords pendant le sommet de la SADC qui se tiendra à Madagascar. Je voudrais féliciter l'équipe de lobbying d'avoir assuré que nous allons maintenant maintenir notre union fraternelle. Le projet de protocole portant création du Parlement de la SADC a ensuite été transmis aux États membres avec un délai initial de 6 mois pour la présentation des observations au secrétariat de la SADC. Chaque étape vers la réalisation du Parlement de la SADC réaffirme notre engagement collectif, approfondir l'intégration régionale, la gouvernance démocratique et le développement inclusif par le biais du renforcement institutionnel. La date limite pour les pays de soumettre leur protocole est le 5 juin 2025. Je tiens à féliciter tous les présidents et tous les députés pour cette étape importante et je vous encourage à continuer d'impliquer vos exécutifs respectifs tout au long du processus de négociation du protocole afin que la transition du Forum parlementaire de la SADC vers un Parlement de la SADC soit réalisée pendant la tenue du sommet à Madagascar. Au quatrième point, je vais parler de mots de bienvenue aux partenaires présents. Je souhaite chaleureusement la bienvenue aux représentants des différentes organisations partenaires qui participent à la 57e Assemblée plénière en tant qu'observateurs, conformément à notre règlement intérieur. Ce forum est profondément reconnaissante du soutien et de la collaboration de ses partenaires à l'égard de ces diverses initiatives visant à faire avancer la coopération parlementaire régionale. En ce qui concerne le 5e point, il s'agit de l'hommage au défunt président fondateur de la République de Namibie. Honorables membres, c'est avec une profonde tristesse que j'informe cette Assemblée plénière du décès d'un valeureux fils de notre région, dont les contributions à l'avancement de la démocratie, de la paix et du développement parlementaire en Afrique australe a été incommensurable. Nous plairons la disparition de son Excellence le docteur Sam Safisuna Nujuma, président fondateur de la République de Namibie, qui est largement vénéré comme le père de la nation namibienne, qui s'est éteint le dimanche 14 avril 2024, à l'âge de 95 ans. Le premier président Nujuma a conduit la Namibie à l'indépendance en 1990 et en a été le premier chef d'État jusqu'en 2025. Son leadership croisé au cours de la lutte pour la libération, son engagement sans faille avec la faveur de la solidarité panafricaine et son héritage durable en matière d'édification de la nation resteront à jamais gravés dans notre mémoire collective. Son influence s'est étendue bien au-delà des frontières de la Namibie. Sous la direction du docteur Djouma, la Namibie a joué un rôle fondamental dans la création du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Le sommet historique qui a lancé le forum s'est tenu au Windhoek le 15 juillet 1995. La Namibie se charge généreusement d'accueillir son siège et son secrétariat jusqu'à ce jour. Lors de l'inauguration de la SADC Forum House en 2001, le docteur Nujuma l'a décrit comme un témoignage de son soutien inébranlable aux institutions parlementaires en tant que pilier essentiel de la gouvernance et de la démocratie. Au nom du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, je présente nos sincères condoléances au gouvernement, au peuple de la République de Namibie. Nous vous adressons nos condoléances en particulier à vous, honorable présidente Kongongela Amadila, puisse vous trouver du réconfort en sachant que la vie des services et des sacrifices est honorée et commémorée dans toute la région de la SADC. En leur mémoire, j'invite l'Assemblée plénière à s'élever et à observer une minute de silence. Merci. Que leurs âmes reposent en paix éternelle. Maintenant, je vais passer à l'annonce numéro 6. Il s'agit de procédures à suivre lors de la prise des paroles. Honorables membres, permettez-moi de rappeler à l'Assemblée la procédure à suivre lorsque vous souhaitez prendre la parole sur un sujet quelconque. Premièrement, un député qui souhaite prendre la parole doit lever l'insigne de son pays. Deuxièmement, je donnerai ensuite la parole à l'honorable membre par pays. En troisième lieu, le membre allume ensuite le microphone pour se présenter avant de prendre la parole. Ensuite, aucun membre ne doit allumer le microphone avant d'avoir obtenu la parole. Ensuite, honorables membres, au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, nous vous rappelons que vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous avez la parole. Il est rappelé aux membres de s'en tenir au temps imparti de 5 minutes lorsqu'ils prennent la parole. Maintenant, je vais passer aux avis de motion. Honorables députés, y a-t-il des avis de motion? Je donne la parole. OK. Maintenant, je vais donner la parole à ceux qui ont des avis d'émotion. À commencer par l'Afrique du Sud, honorable Sylvia Elisabeth Lucas, vice-président du Forum FP SADC. Il s'agit du rapport du comité exécutif.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I hereby give notice that today, on the Wednesday, the 4th of June, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters. I so move.
Merci, honorable. Ensuite, je donne la parole les autos, honorable docteur Penki, Rosemarie Manamuela Lela.
Thank you, Honorable President. I give notice that today, Wednesday, the 4th of June, 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Treasurer's Report. Thank you.
Merci, honorable. C'est toujours les autos. J'ai dans la parole à l'honorable Mopé Cathy en ce qui concerne les rapports de la commission programme.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. As you mentioned, my name is Honorable Mope Khati from National Assembly of Lesotho. I give notice that today, Wednesday, 4th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs on the theme towards developing a SADC model law on prison oversight. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable. Maintenant, c'est au tour de la Zambie. Je donne la parole à l'honorable Susi Kassanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have 3 notices of motions. So with your indulgence, may you kindly allow me to present all 3?
Merci.
Thank you. The first one, Mr.
Toujours. Pardon? OK, vous continuez.
I give notice on Thursday, 5th June 2025, that I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on laying foundation for domestication of SADC model laws, building capacity for enhanced monitoring. The second one, Mr. President, I give notice that on Thursday, 5th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development on advocating for women and children's rights in the prison management. The third one, I give notice on Thursday, 5th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Joint Sitting Committee, the report of the Joint Sitting of Standing Committees on towards developing on SADC model law on prison oversight. Thank you.
Merci, honorable. C'est bon, c'est toujours la Zambie. J'invite l'honorable Mutenta Majoka pour présenter sa motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mutenta Majoka from Zambia. And I give notes that today, Wednesday, 4th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action on advancing food security and climate resilience to ensure sustainable prison management. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Majoka. Maintenant, c'est le tour de l'Angola de prendre la parole. J'invite l'honorable Luisa PF Damoya Santos pour présenter sa motion.
Muito bom dia, muito obrigada, senhor presidente. Venho notificar que na quinta-feira, dia 5 de junho de 2025, irei propor a adoção pela 57ª Assembleia Plenária o relatório do Grupo Regional da Mulher Parlamentar, subordinado ao lema pelo reforço da advocacia em prol do empoderamento econômico da mulher, igualdade de género e desenvolvimento sustentável na SADC, através da inclusão financeira. Muito obrigado, senhor presidente.
Merci, honorable Luisa. C'est toujours l'Angola. J'invite l'honorable Ruth Mendes pour présenter sa motion.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente. Venho notificar que nesta quarta-feira, dia 4 de junho de 2025, vou propor a adoção pela 57ª Assembleia Plenária do relatório da Comissão Permanente do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento subordinado ao lema pelo fomento da transparência orçamental, melhoria das infraestruturas prisionais e garantia do acesso a uma assistência médica. Muito obrigado.
Merci, honorable Mendes. En ce qui concerne Malawi, j'invite l'honorable Léonard Mwalwanda pour présenter sa motion.
I am Leonard Mwalwanda, MP for Malawi Parliament. I give notice that today, Wednesday, 4th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights on strengthening parliamentary oversight of prisons for the protection of prisoners' rights in the SADC region. Thank you, Honorable President.
Merci, honorable Léonard. Et c'est au tour des les autos maintenant. En premier lieu, j'invite l'honorable sénateur Tato Mako Mouale pour sa motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, Senator Tato Mako Mouale, do give notice that on Thursday, the 5th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the motion on enhancing food chain systems in the SADC region. I so move.
Merci, honorable sénateur. C'est toujours les autos. J'invite l'honorable Napo Moussoué pour présenter sa motion.
Thank you, Honorable President. I am Napo Moussoué from Lesotho. I give notice that on Thursday, the 5th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the motion on strengthening the nexus between sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, and climate change in the SADC region. I so move.
Merci, honorable Moussoué. Et maintenant, je vais inviter trois honorables venant de l'Afrique du Sud pour présenter leur motion, à commencer par l'honorable Kenneth Mouemang.
Thank you, Honorable President. As you correctly said, my name is Kenneth Mouemang from the Parliament of South Africa. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 5th of June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the motion on the strengthening cybersecurity in the SADC region by creating institutional capacity and viable legal frameworks to respond to the growing cybersecurity threats in the region. I so move, Honorable President. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Mouemang. Maintenant, j'invite l'honorable Tombovio Véronica Manté à présenter sa motion de l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you very much, President. My name is Ndombovio Veronica Mente, a member of Parliament of South Africa. I give notice that on Thursday, 5th June 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the motion on slow implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. As so move.
Merci, honorable Manté. Enfin, toujours au niveau de l'Afrique du Sud, j'invite l'honorable Bondi Konsi Success Mandikizela à présenter sa motion.
Merci, President. My name is Bonginkosi Matigizela from the Parliament of South Africa. I give notice that on Thursday, the 5th of June, 2025, I shall move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the motion on increasing efforts to prevent the spread and impact of HIV and AIDS in the SADC region. I so move.
Merci, honorable Mindy Kijela. Voilà, maintenant, nous allons commencer nos travaux pour cette journée. Et j'invite la secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture du premier point inscrit sur l'ordre du jour.
Presentation of country reports on the progress of implementation of previous plenary assembly policy decisions and resolutions as contained in the verbatim and records and summary resolutions of the 56th plenary assembly.
Merci, Madame la secrétaire générale. Et maintenant, j'invite les chefs des délégations à présenter les rapports pays. Chaque chef de délégation disposera de 15 minutes pour présenter son rapport. Pour tirer les meilleures parties de notre temps, j'ouvrirai le débat après que tous les pays auront présenté leurs rapports. Bon, nous allons commencer par l'Angola.
Obrigado. Eu sou o deputado Pedro Sebastião de Angola. Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Dr. Jostan Tokoli, Excelências, Senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos dos Estados-membros, Senhora Secretária-Geral, distintos parlamentares, ilustres convidados, todo o protocolo observado e sintam-se todos cumprimentados. Dirijo-me a esta Assembleia para partilhar os esforços do nosso país na implementação das recomendações emanadas pelo Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, no quadro da integração regional, desenvolvimento sustentável e reforço da cooperação entre os nossos Estados-membros. A 56ª Assembleia Plenária constituiu uma oportunidade ímpar para aprofundarmos o diálogo em torno de temáticas essenciais ao nosso progresso. Entre os assuntos discutidos, destacam-se as tecnologias e inovações, o comércio e a indústria, a segurança alimentar, a exploração sustentável dos recursos naturais, as alterações climáticas, a paz e segurança regionais, a justiça do género e a participação política da mulher, bem como o combate à violência baseada no género e o casamento infantil. Considerando as recomendações no domínio da integração regional e reformas estruturais, Angola tem reafirmado o seu compromisso com os objetivos da SADC, promovendo reformas estruturantes que visam harmonizar a nossa ordem política, econômica e social com os princípios da integração regional. São implementadas políticas públicas alinhadas com os protocolos e resoluções regionais em áreas prioritárias, como as infraestruturas, a industrialização, o comércio, a inovação e a justiça social. Para fortalecer o comércio intrarregional, Angola investiu significativamente em infraestruturas estratégicas, com destaque para o novo Porto do Caio em Cabinda, o corredor do Lubito, a modernização do Porto de Luanda e a consolidação da Zona Econômica Especial. Este esforço tem sido complementado com o novo quadro jurídico de gestão das plataformas logísticas, que facilitam o escoamento da produção nacional, particularmente a agrícola. Relativamente ao domínio da indústria e comércio, registramos avanços consideráveis. Hoje, Angola conta com mais de 2.600 operadores industriais. A indústria transformadora gerou mais de 35.000 novos empregos, sobretudo entre os jovens, representando um crescimento de cerca de 68%. De igual modo, o governo tem apostado na inovação, pelo que o Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação lidera várias iniciativas para fomentar o uso em tecnologias emergentes, incluindo a inteligência artificial, no setor público e no Parlamento, com o objetivo de reforçar a eficiência administrativa e a transparência, pilares essenciais de uma boa governação. Com vista à transição energética e à sustentabilidade ambiental, Angola investe em energias renováveis. Destacam-se a central solar do Biópio, a maior da África subsaariana, de Saurimo e do Luena, que juntas somam mais de 340 megawatts, representando já 4% da nossa matriz energética. Igualmente, o Estado está empenhado na interligação energética regional, com projetos em estudo para a ligação com a Zâmbia, Namíbia e República Democrática do Congo, o que constitui uma oportunidade estratégica para o investimento privado e a segurança energética regional. Senhor Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, no domínio do ambiente, Angola implementa a Política Nacional sobre Alterações Climáticas, em alinhamento com o Acordo de Paris. Entre as principais iniciativas desenvolvidas, destacam-se a plantação de mais de 84.000 árvores em 7 províncias, a formação de 314 extensionistas sobre mudanças climáticas, a formação de quase 300.000 cidadãos com práticas de resiliência e secas às cheias, o apoio a associações que promovem a recolha seletiva de resíduos, como a Nação Verde e a Eco Angola. Relativamente à promoção da agricultura sustentável e combate à insegurança alimentar, são implementados programas de apoio à agricultura familiar e comercial, com o objetivo de aumentar a produtividade agrícola, melhorar o acesso a sementes e insumos de qualidade e promover a agroindústria, destacando para o Plano de Ação Nacional para a Segurança Alimentar e Nutricional e a consulta pública para a elaboração da Estratégia Nacional de reconversão dos sistemas agroalimentares 2026-2035. No domínio da gestão sustentável dos recursos naturais, o país tem investido em ações de reflorestamento, conservação da biodiversidade, gestão sustentável dos recursos hídricos, ordenamento do território e combate à desertificação, com destaque para as zonas semiáridas do sul de Angola, particularmente afetadas por secas cíclicas. Considerando as recomendações de paz, governança e direitos humanos, Angola continua a desempenhar um papel diplomático relevante na resolução de conflitos na região da SADC e nos Grandes Lagos. Destaca-se a mediação no leste da República Democrática do Congo. Este esforço foi reconhecido com a distinção de Sua Excelência o Presidente da República de Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, como campeão da reconciliação e paz em África, título que muito nos honra e reforça o nosso compromisso com a estabilidade continental. Importa igualmente referir que a promoção da igualdade do género, dos direitos das mulheres, do desenvolvimento da juventude é central nas políticas públicas de Angola. Neste âmbito, está em curso a revisão da lei contra a violência baseada no género. Foi criado o Instituto Nacional da Mulher para liderar políticas do género e empoderamento feminino. O novo Código Penal agrava as penas para crimes de violência baseada no género. Foram instaladas infraestruturas de apoio às vítimas, como centros de aconselhamento familiar em todas as províncias, além das linhas SOS Violência Doméstica e 1515 SOS Crianças. Está em execução uma estratégia nacional para erradicar o casamento infantil e proteger crianças vulneráveis. No domínio da saúde pública, como resultado do investimento sistemático no setor, Angola registrou melhorias assinaláveis nos indicadores-chave, nomeadamente a mortalidade de crianças menores de 5 anos baixou de 68 para 52 por 1000 nascidos vivos, e a de menores de 1 ano de 44 para 32 por cada 1000 nascidos vivos. De igual modo, a mortalidade materna baixou de 239 para 170 por cada 1000 nascidos vivos. Foram igualmente melhorados os indicadores de saúde pública, de cobertura de vacinação de rotina, reduzidos os óbitos por desnutrição e aumentada em 70% a taxa de sucesso no tratamento da tuberculose e capacidade de diagnóstico e de tratamento da lepra. Apesar de a malária continuar a ser a doença mais notificada no país, registra-se uma redução da taxa de mortalidade por malária, passando de 35 mortes por 100.000 habitantes em 2022 para 20 mortes por 100.000 habitantes no primeiro semestre de 2024. O país está a assistir uma transformação estrutural no Serviço Nacional de Saúde, orientada para a cobertura universal e equitativa. No primeiro semestre de 2024, realizaram-se mais de 30 milhões de consultas, sendo 73% nos cuidados primários de saúde. Atualmente, a rede sanitária é composta por 3.346 unidades de saúde. Relativamente à intensificação dos esforços para integrar a educação sexual abrangente Nos currículos escolares nacionais dos Estados-membros da SADC, a República de Angola reconhece a importância da educação sexual abrangente como componente essencial da formação integral dos estudantes. Neste sentido, a integração da educação sexual abrangente nos currículos escolares tem sido considerada uma prioridade para promover o conhecimento e prevenir doenças, favorecendo atitudes saudáveis e responsáveis em relação ao corpo, à sexualidade e às relações interpessoais. A educação sexual em Angola tem recebido crescente atenção no âmbito das políticas de saúde pública e de educação. Diversas escolas públicas e privadas já integram conteúdos de saúde sexual e reprodutiva nas disciplinas de educação moral e cívica e educação para a saúde. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a República de Angola continua a garantir a implementação dos compromissos assumidos como Estado-membro da SADC, com destaque para o cumprimento das metas na Agenda 2063 da União Africana. O nosso Plano Nacional de Desenvolvimento 2023-2027 incorpora ações concretas para acelerar o crescimento inclusivo, a coesão regional e o desenvolvimento sustentável. Por fim, não gostaria de terminar sem reiterar o nosso total compromisso em continuar a trabalhar ativamente para a concretização dos objetivos comuns da nossa região e organização. Angola acredita que apenas através de uma cooperação firme, solidária e orientada para resultados, poderemos construir a região que desejamos próspera, integrada e pacífica. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Merci, l'honorable, pour votre intervention. Je tiens à vous remercier particulièrement d'avoir bien respecté les temps impartis et je demande encore une fois de l'applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Il a bien respecté le temps et maintenant, j'invite le Botswana à présenter son rapport. Veuillez respecter le temps qui vous est imparti, s'il vous plaît. « 15 minutes.
The President of SADC-PF, Honorable Speaker of Madagascar, Justin Tukeli, Honorable Speaker and Host, Advocate Jacob Francis Zindamulilo Mudenda, Honorable Speakers, Secretary General Ms. Boemo Sekoma, Honorable Delegates, distinguished guests, good morning. Good morning. Honorable members, Mr. President, I'll be executing our points from Botswana, starting with our executive summary. The 56th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session was held in Livingstone, Republic of Zambia on the 8th to 14th December 2024 under the theme Leveraging Technology and Innovation for Smart, Inclusive and Responsive Parliaments in the SADC region.
At the end of the plenary, resolutions were passed for members of parliaments to track implementation of progress made in the various key topics that were discussed. Botswana recognizes that these resolutions serve as a roadmap for parliamentary commitment and action. Affirming the need of multifaceted efforts efforts that encompass gender inclusivity, cross-border cooperation, sustainable practices, and capacity building. By addressing these issues, SADC member states can work collectively to ensure that the region embraces technological solutions such as that parliaments in the SADC region can become more responsive to the needs of population, particularly in context of rapid social changes and technological disruption. This transformation will help build trust between citizens and their representatives while strengthening democratic governance structures. Allow me, Mr. President, to give a brief on how Botswana has fared in advancing SADC Parliamentary Forum agenda on the following resolutions. Resolution number 1 was leveraging technology and innovation for smart, inclusive, and responsive parliaments in the SADC region. Technology and innovation can enhance smart, inclusive, responsive parliaments by improving legislative functions, oversight, and citizen engagement. Digital tools support participation from underrepresented groups such as women, youth, persons with disabilities, making parliament processes more transparent and accountable. Botswana is enacting legislation to protect critical assets and safeguard privacy in digital spaces, including the Data Protection Act number 18 of 2024. The law addresses data protection. The law addresses data privacy challenges, cross-border data transfers, breaches, and AI-related risks. The government also regularly conducts awareness campaigns to help citizens safely use online services. As Parliament of Botswana, we have a digital platform known as Botswana Speaks. It enables citizens to communicate directly with members of parliament. This web and mobile-based system supports policy, dialogue, enhances representation, and builds a responsive government. Messages are sent via digital devices, uploaded on a tracker, and reviewed by MPs. And the constituency offices do guide responsibly the technology use and data privacy on this platform. Botswana is also expanding ICT infrastructure, especially in rural areas, via smart boards, village connectivity projects. This bridges the digital divide and enhances service delivery. To boost the digital trade and employment, especially among youth of Botswana, it has reviewed its national ICT policy and adopted an e-commerce strategy. Vision 2036 guides these initiatives, including the revised science, technology, and innovative policy aimed at economic transformation and sustainable development. Mr. President, when we go to Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment, beneficiation of critical minerals and youth inclusion. Botswana prioritizes youth inclusion through initiatives such as Youth Development Fund. It's a grant and mentorship. There is layer market access, Botswana Innovation Hub and Orange Digital Center, that is technological training and leadership development via the National Youth Council. As this made possible by multi-sectoral stakeholder engagement, which includes private sector, development partners, and civil society organizations. We have what we call public-private partnership, PPP frameworks. While Botswana lacks a dedicated PPP law, it operates under 2009 PPP policy and implementation framework. It is coordinated by the Ministry of Finance. Notable projects include the 2017 Ombudsman and Land Tribunal Office Accommodation Project. The 2021 Public Procurement Act governs PPP procurement, which stipulates how to procure for PPPs. Parliamentary scrutiny occurs during budget debates, with oversight by the Public Accounts Committee and Auditor General reports. Post-COVID job recovery, Botswana's strategies to recover from COVID-19 effects are multifaceted. Some of the strategies implemented include the 2020 Economic Recovery and Transformational Plan, financial support to small business people, and tourism recovery plan, which encompassed promotion of domestic tourism. These strategies aim to create jobs, resuscitate industries, and promote trade and inclusive growth. Digital transformation remains at the core of all our efforts as government. Health financing and SRHR outcomes. Botswana has invested in health financing to achieve universal health coverage, UHC, enhancing sexual and reproductive health rights. In collaboration with UNFPA and civil society organizations, they've aimed to strengthen access to client-centered SRHR services. Botswana is also treaty to the Abuja Declaration, solidifying commitment to health budget, advocating which is continuous. The country has developed a national plan to reduce unmet family planning needs by 2030. Resolutions on Standing Committee of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources and Climate Change. Agricultural and informal sector growth. The informal sector contributes about 3% to GDP. It increases this. Botswana must invest in agriculture. In 2025, agriculture received 3.7% of the national budget, ranking number 7. Greater funding and support are essential for this to be improved. Energy transition and renewal projects. Botswana is gradually shifting from coal to solar. The 50 megawatts Madinare solar cluster, which is in phase 1, began operating in March 2025, with phase 2 to deliver another 50 megawatts by year end. The integrated resource plan targets 50% renewable energy contribution by 2030. With over 3,200 sunshine hours annually, Botswana has immense solar potential. A market study is ongoing on identifying regional buyers, aiming to generate up to 8 gigawatts. Mining sector legislative development. Parliament has passed the Mines and Minerals Act and introduced a new minerals policy to attract investment, promote sustainability, deter illegal mining, and improve mineral governance. We have Act on Explosives Review. In 1968, Explosives Act is under review to address fireworks regulation, illegal possessions, and the safe handling, storage, and transporting of explosives. Mineral policy and action and value chains. The mineral policy encourages citizen participation and value addition, especially in base and industrial minerals. The ministry is developing a comprehensive strategy to diversify and add value to Botswana mineral resources beyond diamonds. Mr. President, I'm on democratization of governance and human rights. Electoral transparency and integrity to prevent post-election violence. Botswana is known for peaceful elections and governance. The Independent Electoral Commission, that is IEC, founded on transparency, on transparency, inclusiveness, voto, and impartiality overseas elections. It conducts voter education across, and again, it does conduct campaigns and organizes free and fair elections. The Electoral Act governs qualifications, voter registration, and conduct of elections through national TV and radio's debates to provide equal exposure for candidates. These initiatives foster public trust, political transparency, and peaceful democratic processes. Electoral system and political processes reforms for greater youth participation and representation in elections and governance. To enhance youth participation in governance, Botswana intends to review electoral laws and political processes. The Parliamentary Caucus on Women continue to work with Ministry of Youth and Gender, civil society, and political parties to promote effective youth wins that influence party decisions and leadership choices and broader youth participation. Political and gender-based violence, establishing safe workplace and protecting young leaders from harassment to enable meaningful youth participation and foster leadership development. Botswana has taken steps to tackle gender-based violence and create safe spaces. The Gender and Child Protection Branch of the Police, it was established in 2021, responding to GBV cases and capacitation of officers on human rights. The 2015 gender policy aims to eliminate all forms of discrimination, inequalities, and violence against women. Workplace protection includes the Employment Act and the Code of Good Practice on Sexual Harassment. The National Youth Policy fosters youth development and participation in civic and political life by addressing key socio-economic and health challenges. Mr. President, when talking about curbing the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, in 2017, Botswana endorsed the communique from Maputo Regional Meeting on protecting civilians from the use of explosives weapons in populated areas. This communique highlighted the devastating impact of IWIPA and emphasized the need of African states to work towards avoiding their use, collecting relevant data, supporting the adoption of an international political declaration, and promoting regional cooperation on this matter. Botswana continues to reiterate its commitment to the principles outlined in the Maputo communique, drawing attention to commitments as of March 2025. Botswana has not yet endorsed the political declaration on the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. Explosiveweaponsmonitor.org in bracket. Mr. President, the resolutions of adopting the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Botswana National Budget has increasingly incorporated gender-sensitive and...
Honorable Speaker, il vous reste 1 minute. Vous avez déjà dépassé le temps, mais je vous laisse terminer. Hein?
The resolution on the report of women and social development and special programs, the government of Botswana remains committed on achieving UHC, universal health coverage, despite financial challenges exacerbated by increased disease burden, national economic challenges, and declining donor funding. To this effect, the government has collaborated with development partners, private sector, and other stakeholders to develop the National Health Financing Strategy. The draft health financing strategy has been developed and has been taken through the different approval structures. Primary health care remains the main pathways to achieving our envisaged universal health coverage. Botswana is undergoing a transition wherein primary health care will be relocated during financial year 2025 to 2026 to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. The HIV prevention roadmap will be affected by the USG funding cessation. Our achievements on HIV/AIDS have been a success to a great extent due to US government support. Government remains committed to ending the HIV/AIDS by 2030. Botswana made a pledge of $1 million as the country's contribution towards the WHO investment round initiative seeking to mobilize resources for WHO's core work for 2025 to 2028. Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. On the call.
Honorable Speaker, c'est trop lent, hein, je suis désolé. Merci beaucoup. Ouais. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Maintenant, je vais inviter la République démocratique du Congo pour la présentation de son rapport.
Honorable Président, honorable Président des assemblées et parlements de la SADC, honorables députés, très chers collègues et distingués invités, je viens ici vous présenter le rapport de la République démocratique du Congo, et ce, en tenant notamment compte des recommandations sur principales décisions et questions devant figurer dans le rapport telles qu'elles ont été édictées comme stratégiques. Faisant suite aux recommandations telles que figurant dans le compte-rendu de la 56e Assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, en Zambie du 1er au 7 juillet, et eu égard aux dispositions pratiques du secrétaire général de notre organisation sous-régionale, pour pays que je soumets aujourd'hui devant cette Assemblée a pris soin d'intégrer l'élément tel qu'énuméré dans la recommandation, entre autres, relative à la transformation du forum en un parlement régional, le détachement des hauts responsables parlementaires, l'observation électorale, la désignation d'un point focal pour l'intégration des lois types, ainsi que la mise en œuvre du projet de gouvernance en matière de SDSR pour la période de 2023-2026. S'il faut commencer par ce moment, je peux noter ici, entre autres, que soucieux des valeurs démocratiques qui se trouvent dans ces instructions, la République démocratique du Congo, notre pays, quant au processus de transformation du forum en un parlement régional, avait l'option de ratifier le protocole afin d'adhérer à cette transformation et ériger le forum en un parlement régional depuis le 11 juillet 2024. Et ce par l'entremise de notre ambassadeur, M. Constantla Alba, à qui le président de la République, son Excellence Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, confie les pleins pouvoirs pour ce faire. Cette signature de la RDC en présence de Mme Carolina Sekeya, présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de l'Angola, a un tournant majeur dans le processus de la transformation en ramenant le nombre de pays signataires à 12, quorum de 2/3 requis pour l'entrée en vigueur du traité au regard de l'article 9.1 de l'alinéa A de la Constitution de l'organisation régionale pour donner feu vert à l'objectif défini. Nous pouvons ainsi nous féliciter de nous assurer que le pays est aujourd'hui prêt à s'engager dans cette nouvelle transformation et à pouvoir cheminer ensemble avec le reste de la région. En rapport avec le détachement des hauts responsables parlementaires, le Parlement national de la République démocratique du Congo est saisi de la question et vous tiendrez au courant des délibérations quant à ce. En ce qui concerne l'observation électorale, au-delà des vagues électorales qui ont été programmées dans la sous-région, le Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo n'a pas pu envoyer les observateurs. Toutefois, il ne manquera pas l'occasion de se rattraper dans la mesure du possible pour envoyer ses membres comme observateurs dans les États membres qui vont organiser les élections générales en 2026, à savoir
le Malawi, les Seychelles et la Tanzanie. Pour ce qui est de la désignation d'un point focal pour l'intégration des lois types sur le plan national, notre Parlement n'a pas encore formellement désigné un point focal pour assurer la liaison entre la Commission régionale de surveillance des lois types pour le suivi de l'intégration des lois types du Forum parlementaire de la SADC sur le plan national. Toutefois, permettez-nous de saisir l'occasion pour avoir la lumière à cet effet, celle de savoir s'il est question de choisir parmi les parlementaires au sein du personnel parlementaire ou tout simplement un représentant qui pourrait venir même du personnel administratif. Honorable Président des assemblées et parlements de la SADC, honorables députés et très chers collègues, distingués invités. La République démocratique du Congo, compte tenu des différentes recommandations de ce forum, a dû entreprendre des réformes majeures en plusieurs domaines. Et ce, pour votre information, à noter que jusqu'en 2019, ce pays n'a fonctionné qu'avec un budget de l'ordre de 3 milliards de dollars qui ne permettait de tenir le coup dans aucun secteur de la vie nationale. Et depuis 2020, avec l'arrivée du président Tshisekedi à la tête du pays, de nombreuses réformes ont été entreprises, entre autres, dans le secteur de l'enseignement de base et de l'enseignement universitaire, dans le secteur de la santé, dans le secteur de l'électricité et de l'eau, dans le secteur minier, mais aussi dans le secteur forestier et dans la promotion de l'emploi des jeunes. En ce qui concerne le secteur de l'éducation, il s'agit avant tout d'avoir mis en place le programme dit de 145 territoires qui a permis à la République démocratique du Congo de réaliser en seulement 5 ans la construction de 3000 écoles primaires de qualité sur toute l'étendue de la République. Ainsi donc, à partir de l'année 2021, l'enseignement jadis un luxe pour les moins âgés, pour les tout petits, a été rendu totalement gratuit au niveau de l'enseignement de base sur toute l'étendue de la République et les salaires des enseignants ont été ramenés à 3 par rapport à ce qu'ils avaient avant. Ceci, comme réforme, a permis à plus de 6 millions de jeunes de rejoindre l'école chaque année et de changer le paradigme par rapport aux années passées où ils se déversaient dans la rue et devenaient un danger pour la société avec la croissance du banditisme urbain. Toujours dans le secteur de l'enseignement, en 5 ans passés, le pays a pu ériger 5 universités modernes dans 5 provinces respectives, notamment dans le Kasaï central, le Kasaï oriental, l'Ituri, Kinshasa et dans l'Oualaba. Et ces universités sont ainsi les premières à être construites depuis l'indépendance en 1960, qui nous a vu hériter de seulement 3 universités laissées par les colonisateurs belges. Et du coup, cette réforme a permis la réduction des frais académiques, mais aussi la possibilité d'accès gratuit à l'enseignement universitaire de personnes vivant avec handicap. Sur le plan de la santé, le projet Santé pour tous, défini depuis l'an 2022, a permis notamment d'ériger l'accès à la maternité en un système de gratuité absolue et qui a vu plusieurs millions de femmes accoucher sans dépenser un seul rond, là où d'habitude, elles avaient été confisquées dans des hôpitaux après la maternité. La nouvelle politique de la RDC, c'est de faire de la maternité un service public et ne pas en faire une pénalité pour les femmes devant l'exercer. Et dans ce sens, plusieurs services ont pu bénéficier du système de sécurité sociale, celui consistant notamment à permettre aux fonctionnaires, tant dans l'enseignement universitaire que de base, d'accéder gratuitement à la santé, et ce pour eux-mêmes et pour leurs dépendants. Et le plus en vue d'exemple est celui de moi-même qui me présente devant vous comme enseignant d'université. jadis ne devant bénéficier que de 100 000 francs, soit 50 dollars américains pour les funérailles en cas de décès, et aujourd'hui, en cas de maladie, même les plus graves, je suis totalement pris en charge par l'État grâce à cette réforme, et même en cas d'évacuation à l'étranger pour des soins approfondis, cela se fait sans dépense d'un seul franc de ma propre famille. Ainsi donc, ce système s'élargit sur toute l'étendue de la République, avec notamment la construction de 2800 centres de santé dans tous les territoires du pays, activité qui évolue très bien jusqu'à ce jour. En ce qui concerne l'électricité, à partir de 2019, le taux d'accès à l'électricité sur l'ensemble du territoire national n'était que de 11%. Et les efforts fournis jusqu'aujourd'hui ont permis et conduit à la construction de 4 barrages électriques, dont le barrage de Boussanga, dans la province de Lualaba, le barrage de Tubutubidji, dans la province du Kassai oriental, le barrage de Kakobola, dans la province du Kwilu, et le barrage de Katende en construction dans la province du Kassai central, ce qui ramènerait le taux d'accès à l'électricité de 11% à 49% en seulement 5 ans de cette réforme précise. En ce qui concerne le secteur minier, comme vous le savez si bien, les mines sont la cause principale des conflits qui sévissent en République démocratique du Congo, en commençant par l'est du pays, mais aussi le centre et le sud. Ainsi donc, la politique minière a été clairement définie par l'adoption d'un nouveau code minier, mais aussi l'institutionnalisation d'un fonds minier pour les générations futures, qui a permis de créer des réserves importantes afin de leur investissement dans le secteur de promotion des intérêts de jeunes. De même, le fonds pour la promotion de l'emploi des jeunes a été créé, permettant ainsi l'accès à des taux raisonnables au crédit de jeunes entrepreneurs qui désirent souscrire à ce système, et ce, résolvant un problème majeur de taux de crédit très élevés et qui sont les plus élevés dans toute la région Afrique, au Congo, et qui avoisinent les 18%. Dans le secteur de l'environnement, le fonds forestier a pu se déployer dans la réalisation du projet 1 milliard d'arbres définis par le chef de l'État depuis l'année 2021, et aujourd'hui, plusieurs espaces de la région en voie de déboisement total ont été restaurés. Au niveau des textes législatifs, nous avons quelques lois qui ont intégré dans une certaine mesure les dispositions de lois type, entre autres. 4 dispositions de lois internes ont été tirées des lois type de la SADC. Une des dispositions de loi type sur le VIH-Sida a fait l'objet de son adaptation dans la loi interne sur le VIH-Sida, en ce que les enfants au moins de 18 ans ayant seulement 14 ans peuvent se faire dépister sans l'autorisation des parents. Une des dispositions de la loi électorale qui a fait qu'un parti politique qui aligne 50% des femmes sur la liste électorale est totalement exempté de paiement de la caution afin de promouvoir la participation de la femme au sein des instances politiques. Ceci a permis que le taux de femmes dans notre Parlement parte de 6% à aujourd'hui 28%. La promulgation de la loi portant protection et réparation des victimes de violences sexuelles liées au conflit, crimes contre la paix et l'humanité, ainsi que la création du Fonds national de réparation des victimes de crimes de violences sexuelles liés au conflit et des violences des crimes contre la paix et la sécurité de l'humanité, FONAREV en sigle, en sont aussi l'illustration. Aussi, le président de la République a nommé pour la première fois une femme comme chef du gouvernement, dans lequel 38% des membres sont des femmes. La loi sur les finances publiques est aussi à mettre à l'actif de la transposition, en ce que le budget de la santé est passé de seulement 9% en 2009 à aujourd'hui à 11% pour l'exercice 2024 et à 18% pour l'exercice 2025. Une audience publique a eu lieu à l'intérieur du pays sur la vulgarisation de la loi sur les violences sexuelles en 2023 et sur le protocole de Maputo. En rapport avec la mise en œuvre du protocole SDSR et gouvernance 2023-2026, nous pouvons dire avec satisfaction que le Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo a signé l'accord du projet SDSR depuis le 17 juillet 2024. Il a reconduit le chercheur chargé du programme et a désigné un directeur.
Monsieur le vice-président, il vous reste maintenant 2 minutes.
Ici, la question est de savoir si le Parlement doit prélever un montant alloué au projet. En plus, des activités ont été organisées, dont la réunion avec le groupe de travail national et la réunion multipartite des parlementaires et de la société civile. Les données statistiques indiquent que 23 personnels parlementaires, 12 parlementaires et 17 membres de la société civile ont suivi la formation quant à ces. En termes de défis, honorable président, honorable députés et chers invités, les défis majeurs que traverse la RDC sont ceux liés aux conflits armés. Et à ce sujet, nous tenons à remercier les parlements de la SADC et vos gouvernements respectifs pour le soutien qu'ils ont jusqu'ici apporté à la République démocratique du Congo face à l'agression dont elle fait l'objet. Et des efforts diplomatiques sont en cours d'entreprise. Ils ont commencé en Angola et s'élargissent aujourd'hui avec les contacts de Doha à Qatar et des États-Unis. Nous espérons qu'avec ces efforts, la paix pourrait revenir au Congo. Et le programme PDDRCS a été mis en place pour la démobilisation et la réinsertion de combattants, plus précisément des jeunes, afin de leur rétablissement dans la société et réintégration dans des établissements de formation. À titre de recommandation pour finir dans ce chapitre, nous invitons le Forum à soutenir les efforts consentis pour notre Parlement, par notre Parlement pour la mise en œuvre du projet SDSR et à disponibiliser des moyens financiers pour l'organisation des activités du projet à l'intérieur du pays où les cas de violences sexuelles sont intenses, surtout en cette période de conflits armés. Du reste, nous recommandons que le Forum reste attentif sur cette question précise de la crise militaire en RDC qui touche essentiellement les femmes et les enfants et continue d'appuyer la RDC dans ses efforts diplomatiques afin de conjurer une fois pour toutes et définitivement cette guerre qui n'a fait que trop durer et qui totalise aujourd'hui 31 ans jour pour jour. En conclusion, honorable président, permettez-moi de saisir cette opportunité pour exprimer ma profonde gratitude à la sous-région tout entière et particulièrement à ce forum pour cette solidarité qui ne tarit pas en faveur de la République démocratique du Congo et de ses populations en proie à ces violences. Je vous remercie.
Merci, honorable vice-président de la République démocratique du Congo. Maintenant, j'invite les Swatini pour la présentation de son rapport.
Honorable President, the host speaker, our colleagues, speakers from SADC countries, members of parliament, and all protocol observed, I greet you all this morning. Mr. President, the outline of the Kingdom of Eswatini country report is as follows. As per the Council decision of August 2024, the protocol which was shared with member states for national consultations, Eswatini as a member state declares that we are in support of the transformation of SADC-PF into a SADC parliament and has signed the agreement. And we have made all due submissions to endorse the transformation initiative. The country is willing to leverage on the seconding staff to SADC-PF as soon as the restructuring exercise has been finalized. The country is noting the plea to contribute towards election observation missions under the request of SADC-PF delegation as resolved. Under implementation of 2023-2026 SRHR HIV/AIDS governance project, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has been at the forefront of promoting engagement of parliamentarians in tackling climate change and coming up with mitigation initiatives to address the impact of climate change across SADC region, including the occurrence of extreme weather patterns, natural hazards, low rainfalls, severe droughts, flooding, tropical storms, and cyclones. Eswatini as a country has ratified international conventions on climate change. There is a standalone Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, which coordinates all risk through the Climate Change Unit. Eswatini domesticates the SADC protocols and implements the provisions of the model laws, as well as related instruments such as the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction. Thus, there is the National Disaster Management Agency, which mitigates impact on marginalized, especially the youth and the old ones. That's the case. A loud call was made on the need to integrate the execution of the SRHR HIV/AIDS governance program with climate change. This call came at the prime time for the Parliament of Eswatini with the newly established Climate Change Portfolio Committee, executing their mandates in harmony with the Sustainable Development Goal Committee. The Climate Change Committee has been inducted by UNDP on the execution of its mandate on the call for climate responsive legislation, climate action champions, as well as climate responsive budgeting. More collaboration has taken place with UNESCO in a call for inclusivity on SRHR service provision for people with disabilities and the championing of indigenous tree planting by our marginalized society, and the initiative was supported by Bible Society. More spin-offs on climate change impact were appreciated during the Youth HIV Awareness Campaign, which was held at Mhlume constituency, a bit of taking Parliament to the people and decentralized in all regions. Another notable engagement was on the commemoration of the World Menstrual Health Day, where Eswatini Parliament made interventions on the importance of menstrual health as a human right and gender equality issue. Also highlighted was the impact of education. It is dire as girls miss school due to lack of menstrual products and facilities, high rate of absenteeism, and finally, such negative social norms reinforce exclusion and inequality. On the appointment of focal person, Ms. Togo Kumete, legal clerk, has been designated by the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini to assist the committee in the monitoring of the domestication of model laws. On legislative effort to domesticate SADC model laws as instrument, the country has executed the following: gender-based model law, sensitization of parliamentarians on SADC-PF GBV model law and sexual assault cases, mainstreaming of gender-based activities through parliamentary sessional committees. Gender-responsive reporting has been advocated for through capacity building initiatives, and this has prompted such strong political will in the fight against GBV, whilst demystifying certain SRHR myths. In Eswatini, the SADC-PF model law on elections has prompted the following. With respect to oversight and legislation, Parliament has prioritized the enactment of comprehensive electoral laws that incorporate international best practices and address emerging challenges such as digital manipulation and disinformation. Under capacity building and training, Eswatini has effected capacity and training on electoral processes and related legal frameworks and capacity building programs tailored to parliamentarians to enhance understanding of electoral laws, voter education strategies, and the role of technology in elections. With respect to promotion of inclusive participation, there has been inclusive dialogue and representation of diverse voices within society to mitigate electoral risk where civil society organizations and marginalized groups have been involved. With heightening and strengthening of electoral institutions, the country has done this through funding, transparent appointment processes for electoral commissioners, and legal frameworks that guarantee autonomy. On women elections, the country has considered electoral reform measures that reduce barriers for women and minority candidates by eliminating discriminatory voter registration requirements and enhancing access to voting even for the marginalized groups and the physically disabled. On women elections funding, the country supports women need in business through financial inclusion measures by engaging various financial institutions and cooperatives on the business side. On youth parliamentarians, the country has initiated a youth fund dedicated for empowerment of the youth where they can start businesses. And there is also the Regional Development Fund where they start businesses in groups and they are awarded with grants. On public finance management model law, the country has done the following initiatives and enactments: the review of Public and Procurement Act of 2012, which speaks to compliance to procurement measures and more; establishment of the Eswatini Procurement Regulation Authority; the efficiency of the Public Accounts Committee in the screening of public funds from respective ministries. There is the Ministry of Finance Portfolio Committee and the Finance Sessional Committee in place to redress budget cycle and more. On HIV and AIDS model law, Eswatini has robustly reviewed and enacted all relevant legislative framework which speaks to treatment and preventative measures against HIV and AIDS. The annual commemoration of the International World AIDS Day has attributed to Eswatini globally attaining the 95-95-95 global HIV target. The HIV/AIDS Sessional Committee and other portfolio committees with different line ministries also execute this mandate with due diligence. On model law on prison oversight, the enactment of the Correctional Service Act number 13 of 2017 has brought about a number of changes in which the Correctional Service pursues its mandate. The rationale of appreciating the human rights and integrity of the inmates resulted in the change of name from prisons to correctional facility in the country. This prompted a modus operandi for rehabilitation skills to be executed. On the department's responsibilities include, but not limited to, the following: administration of sentences imposed by legal courts of the country, rehabilitation and reformation of offenders through education, training, and counseling, promoting offenders' opportunities for social reintegration through aftercare program. The classification systems in our correctional facilities are as follows. The juvenile section is known as Vulamasango Rehabilitation School. This platform is fully fleshed with authentic curriculum and it is supported by online ministries where the young boy or girl child are capacitated by professionally trained educators. This center entitles all parental visitation rights and support by SRHR champions through Parliament SADC-PF, SRHR HIV governance project to share dignity packs and counseling sessions. On the female section, it's where women are safely monitored with respect to commodity security provision in terms of universal health coverage, and they are trained on skills, sewing, polish making, and more handwork. On male sections, these are embedded with respect to provision of hard skills training facilities and workshops where carpentry, welding, agriculture, and more is enhanced. The successes we have had as a country include the following: legal aid is in place to help assist vulnerable and marginalized offenders in legal representation. Paradigm shift from a prison service to a correctional service. The legislation introduces parole for offenders who exhibit good behavior upon serving at least half of their sentences. Mental health wellness initiatives are provided through pastoral care visitations. As a country with extra penal employment, which is a facility that allows the Commissioner General to release on condition offenders who have 24 months or below from custody and allow them to serve the remaining part of their sentences in a public place to try and ensure reintegration back into the society. The center is opened for inspection by human rights bodies to ensure adherence to human rights principles. Inmates still have 3 balanced meals per day. Our correctional facilities are well integrated to confidential communication rights during their visitation through innovative communication gadgets. Health is a priority in our correctional facilities, even when inmates are to be referred to private clinics. On challenges, insufficient budget allocation for utilities, repairs and maintenance of structure, and procurement of working tools. There is need to revamp structures regarded as private washrooms in appreciation of privacy. The impact of climate change affects production of sugar beans, which offers such balanced nutrition meals for inmates. What we can do to improve as a country, internationally.
Honorable Speaker, il vous reste 3 minutes, few minutes.
Internationally, prisons have a universal guide. The United Nations Standard Minimum Rules on the Treatment of Prisoners, also known as the Nelson Mandela Rules. This is the international baseline for all prisons or correctional services. As a country, we are trying to adhere to these rules so to attain international standard. A reduction of overcrowding in our centers, enactment of responsive correctional facilities legislative framework, a call to action for the Legislative House, responsive initiative to revive the entrepreneurial skills development at constituency level with support toolkits, enhancements of proper integration of ex-offenders into respective constituencies. In conclusion, Eswatini as a country appreciates the developments and domestication of all SADC model laws in a bid to leverage on flagged challenges and with respect to the Constitution and state sovereignty. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable Speaker. Il était quand même dans les temps. Il mérite d'être applaudi encore une fois. Maintenant, je vais inviter le président du Parlement de Lesotho à présenter son rapport.
Honorable President, please allow me to pay my respects, and first and foremost to yourself and to the host speaker, to my colleagues, speakers, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The detailed country report of the Kingdom of Lesotho will be duly submitted to the Secretariat. Here I'm only delivering a summary of that report in the interest of time. The summary is divided into the following 8 headings in line with the guiding that was given in the letter of 23rd April by the Secretariat. And the headings are progress on the transformation to a regional parliament, 2, secondment of staff to the forum, 3, support for election observation missions, 4, a focal point officer on the domestication of model laws, 5, progress on the SRHR and governance project, and last resolutions of the 56th Plenary Assembly on progress on the transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. Honorable President, as reported in the last plenary, the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho has signed the agreement to amend the SADC treaty to establish the SADC parliament. Progress relating to the signing of both the draft protocol and the accompanying strategic documents is at an advanced stage and will hopefully be completed not later than the end of this month. Secondment of staff to the forum. The greatest impediment here, Honorable President, is that the officers of our parliament are appointed by the Public Service Commission and not by Parliament itself. However, the constitutional amendment proposing the establishment of the parliamentary service is already at an advanced stage. Thus, in the near future, Lesotho will hopefully be in a position to second senior staff to the forum. Support for the SADC-PF election observation missions. Honorable President, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho is very clear that election observation missions are instrumental in facilitating and ensuring election integrity, voter confidence, and the legitimacy of the electoral process and its outcome. Very sadly, however, the budget currently allocated to our parliament for international travel this year is not sufficient to cover all the statutory international trips. Therefore, we are yet again unable to factor in the elections observer missions. However, this too, Honorable President, is destined to change in the near future when our parliament receives full autonomy and financial independence. Designation of a focal person on the domestication of model laws. Honorable President, we are in the process of recruiting 3 additional legal officers during the course of this financial year, and one of these officers will accordingly be assigned to liaise with the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee in tracking the domestication of SADC-PF model laws. Progress on the SRHR and the governance projects. On the 14th of February 2024, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho signed the SRHR and governance project implementation agreement with SADC-PF. To date, 70,000 maluti, that is in local currency, approximately $3,643 has been expended on project activities. In addition to the activities I mentioned in my last report, there have been 2 more significant ones, namely the multi-stakeholder meeting to promote democratic accountability and advance human rights, and the meeting of the National Working Group aimed at analyzing the implications of the changing global health financing architecture on health service provision for HIV, sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as its impact on the strengthening of health systems. So far, 30 MPs, 12 staff of parliament, and 12 members from the civil society have been trained under this project. From 26th to 28th May 2025, there will be a public awareness campaign on the impact of climate change on SRHR and on how SRHR can be integrated into climate action. 15 MPs, 10 parliament staff, 3 members from the civil society, and representatives from 2 line ministries will take part in this campaign. Honorable President, I wish to indicate that the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho appreciates the crucial role played by this project in strengthening regional and national responses to SRHR challenges through the legislative arm of governance. It institutionalizes SRHR within the structures and work plans of parliaments, ensuring that SRHR is not treated as a standalone issue, but that it is integrated across all sectors. On the resolutions of the 56th Plenary Assembly, 1, on the resolution of the symposium to build the capacity of MPs on legislative functions vis-à-vis technological advancements. The Parliament of Lesotho will hold 3 workshops in the current financial year in response to this recommendation. The first workshop will be on cybersecurity, the second on digital public infrastructure, and the third will be a workshop on ICT governance. And number 2, on the 2 symposium resolutions calling on SADC member states to develop policies and to take practical steps to enact ICT laws. Lesotho is making the following developments. The Data Protection Act of 2011 is being reviewed. The Computer Crimes and Cybersecurity Bill 24 is in the process of being enacted. The Electronic Transactions Communications Bill is being drafted. The Artificial Intelligence Policy is due for consideration by Cabinet. The Data Management and Governance Policy is being finalized. And 3, on the resolutions on the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, calling for domestication of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and to establish safe spaces and ensure provision of counseling and legal support for survivors of child marriage and gender-based violence. On this recommendation, early this year, the National Assembly passed the Children's Protection and Welfare Amendment Bill 2022, which addresses many of the issues contained in this model law. On the resolution on the report of the RMLOIC that implores member parliaments to seriously consider setting up parliamentary budget offices to assist parliaments to achieve excellence in budget oversight. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho is in the process of establishing the Parliamentary Budget Office. The position of Director of Parliamentary Budget Office has already been advertised, and we hope to have a fully fledged department this year. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to indicate that our representatives have met and resolved that in addition to presenting the plenary reports in this House, they will sit and agree on the modalities of implementing the resolutions of the plenary. This is a step in the right direction, Honorable President, which will definitely enhance our reporting in subsequent years. I thank you.
Merci, honorable speaker. Il a présenté son rapport au moins de 15 minutes. Donc, encore une fois, veuillez l'applaudir. Il a bien respecté le temps. Ouais. Maintenant, j'invite Madagascar à présenter son rapport.
Bonjour à tous. Honorable président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, honorable président de chaque assemblée formant la SADC, et je cite particulièrement notre président de Parlement hôte, le président du Parlement de Zimbabwe, honorables députés et chers invités à tout protocole observé, à tout seigneur, tout honneur. Permettez-moi de vous présenter aujourd'hui le rapport de Madagascar sur la mise en œuvre des résolutions du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, résultant de la 56e Assemblée plénière qui s'est tenue à Livingstone du 8 au 15 décembre 2024. Le rapport que je vais prononcer ici va présenter brièvement l'avancement de Madagascar en termes de la mise en œuvre de chaque travaux des commissions en tenant compte des recommandations qui nous ont été soumises. Sur la commission permanente alimentation, agriculture, ressources naturelles et actions climatiques, conformément à l'engagement du Forum pour le financement climatique, le Parlement malgache a ratifié la loi autorisant le projet Défi Plus visant à renforcer la résilience au changement climatique des petits producteurs, de promouvoir des pratiques agricoles durables et réduire les émissions liées à l'agriculture, à leur offrant les moyens d'adapter à ces pratiques culturelles. Dans la même dynamique, les projets RI+, et un projet de résilience du système alimentaire, FSRP, ratifié par le Parlement malgache, visant une volonté ferme de transformation structurelle du secteur agricole dans une approche intégrée et sensible au genre, combinant productivité, lutte contre l'insécurité alimentaire et résilience climatique. Une priorité nationale dans la loi de finances 2025 a été faite sur la transition énergétique qui vise l'installation progressive de 1000 MW d'énergie renouvelable en 4 ans grâce à des investissements et des partenariats publics-privés. En parallèle, des solutions comme la cuisson propre, c'est-à-dire l'éthanol, le biogaz, les charbons écologiques, ainsi que la distribution des kits solaires dans les zones rurales favorisent l'inclusion énergétique. La création d'un secrétariat d'État à la souveraineté alimentaire reflète l'engagement du pays en faveur de la sécurité alimentaire et qui consiste une priorité nationale avec la transition énergétique dans la loi de finances 2025. Il coordonnera les actions pour doubler la production nationale de riz d'ici 2030. Et dans le domaine de la gestion de l'eau, le programme REPER offre une réponse stratégique au choc climatique en renforçant notre capacité de préparation et de résilience. Et face aux enjeux liés aux minéraux, l'Assemblée nationale a demandé à l'exécutif d'apporter des éclaircissements sur les normes applicables et les impacts d'un projet minier dans le Sud, réaffirmant ainsi son rôle de garant de la transparence et de justice environnementale. Concernant la Commission permanente égalité de sexe, avancement des femmes et développement des jeunes, dans ce domaine d'égalité de sexe, Madagascar a renforcé l'implication parlementaire pour atteindre la parité d'ici 2035. Une analyse du cadre juridique sur le genre a permis d'identifier les lacunes majeures, notamment l'absence de mécanismes contraignants. Cela a motivé un plaidoyer actif pour des quotas électoraux et la participation accrue des femmes, soutenue par le Conseil national des femmes, le caucus genre et la société civile malgache. Des initiatives comme la coalition des membres de la société civile et la WLN ont élargi les partenariats pour une gouvernance inclusive. Et malgré l'absence des lois spécifiques sur la cyberviolence, des actions commencent à émerger au sein des commissions parlementaires concernées. Les jeunes sont également mis en avant à travers leur présence au projet Parlement francophone des jeunes de l'océan Indien et la préparation du sommet Youth Connect Africa 2025. Et par ailleurs, le programme DECIM contribue à réduire la fracture numérique, notamment pour les jeunes filles rurales. Sur le plan institutionnel, le changement de gouvernement en août 2024 a marqué une avancée historique vers la parité au sein du gouvernement, car actuellement, nous avons 12 femmes sur 27 membres du gouvernement et un secrétariat d'État femmes au sein du gouvernement malgache. Cependant, des inégalités électorales et économiques persistent et appellent un plaidoyer budgétaire comme le budget sensible au genre et qui sera renforcé par la finalisation de la politique nationale pour l'égalité hommes-femmes. En outre, le Parlement malgache a contribué activement à la dynamique régionale et nationale en faveur de l'égalité de genre et de la participation des jeunes à travers plusieurs actions. Le Parlement malgache, également à travers des ateliers stratégiques du caucus genre, ont participé à l'analyse des cadres juridiques liés à la participation des femmes dans la conduite des affaires politiques, au plaidoyer à travers le droit foncier des femmes, le droit successoral des femmes et la promouvoir la parité dans les postes de décision. Nous signalons également qu'une chaîne pénale anti-violence basée sur le genre a été mise en place au niveau des tribunaux malgaches, ainsi que des brigades féminines de proximité sont opérationnelles et une nouvelle stratégie nationale pour les VBG pour 2025-2030 est en cours d'élaboration. Sur la commission TIFI, Madagascar a franchi des étapes significatives dans la concrétisation des résolutions de la 56e Assemblée en alignant ses politiques sur les priorités régionales en matière de commerce, industrie, finances et investissement. Pour renforcer la transformation locale et créer des chaînes de valeur inclusives, d'élan dans le gisement de sable minéralisé à Fort-Dauphin permet désormais une valorisation sur place des minéraux stratégiques génératrices d'emplois pour les jeunes. Dans une perspective de transparence et d'efficacité des investissements, la loi sur les partenariats publics-privés garantit désormais un contrôle parlementaire renforcé, une distinction claire entre dette publique et partenariat public-privé et une implication stratégique du secteur privé. Pour revitaliser le tissu économique, un programme national de relance de l'emploi et de soutien aux entreprises affectées est déjà en œuvre. La modernisation du secteur agricole grâce à une nouvelle vision d'orientation soutenue par le président de la République malgache sur la transformation agricole, soutient l'autosuffisance alimentaire et les échanges commerciaux entre les pays de l'océan Indien et la SADC. Enfin, sur le cadre fiscal et budgétaire, ça a été consolidé à travers une réforme de la gestion des finances publiques axée sur la transparence, tandis que le commerce régional est désormais dynamisé par la loi sur la concurrence qui facilite la connectivité, la libre circulation des biens et la libre-échange entre les pays d'Afrique en général et les pays de la SADC en particulier. L'objectif est d'intégrer l'économie malgache dans le marché africain et à faciliter la diversité de l'économie nationale. Sur la commission permanente, le développement social et programmes spéciaux. Pour cette commission, Madagascar progresse concrètement dans la mise en œuvre des résolutions adoptées, notamment dans le secteur de la santé et du développement humain. la politique gouvernementale malgache se concentre sur le capital humain, c'est-à-dire l'amélioration de la qualité et de la quantité des main-d'œuvre, c'est-à-dire de l'emploi, un accent particulier sur l'éducation, la santé, la sécurité et protection sociale sont priorisés. Le financement de la santé a été priorisé par la loi de finances de 2024 et bien que c'est encore en deçà du seuil d'Abuja, cela reflète une volonté politique ferme à travers l'augmentation du budget social et l'opérationnalisation de plus de 120 centres de santé à Madagascar. Pour protéger les personnes atteintes de VIH-Sida, une meilleure coordination de lutte contre cette VIH, la loi sur le VIH-Sida a été modifiée pour son adaptation à la loi type de la SADC. 225 000 personnes ont été sensibilisées sur la thématique de mariage des enfants auprès des établissements scolaires. En matière de financement innovant, des taxes existent sur les produits nocifs tels que tabac, alcool, qui pourraient être réaffectés à la prévention des maladies non transmissibles. Le rôle du Parlement est renforcé par les commissions permanentes concernées qui sont chargées d'évaluer l'allocation et l'usage des fonds publics dans la santé. Sur la couverture maladie universelle, plusieurs textes, dont des lois sur les assurances, la protection sociale non contributive, sont en place et des études pilotes évaluent actuellement la faisabilité d'un régime viable inclusif sur cette couverture maladie universelle. Sur l'augmentation du budget alloué à la vaccination, le ministère de la Santé malgache a adopté cette augmentation. Il y a aussi les disponibilités et l'accessibilité des offres de santé, de soins de santé, de la reproduction, c'est-à-dire la santé maternelle, infantile, VIH-Sida. Actuellement, il y a également les renforcements des cadres juridiques et politiques liés à la santé des femmes et des filles, permettant à Madagascar d'avoir un capital humain de qualité. Sur les 163 députés à Madagascar, 90 sont membres du réseau parlementaire national sur la justice reproductive et un groupement de travail national sur la SDSR est mis en place avec plusieurs ministères concernés, dont le ministère de la Santé, l'Éducation, la Population et Solidarité, ainsi que plusieurs organismes de la société civile travaillant sur la thématique. Sur la commission permanente de la démocratisation, gouvernance et droits humains. Monsieur le Président, honorables invités, Madagascar poursuit des réformes significatives pour la gouvernance démocratique et les droits humains et renforce les politiques de mise en œuvre des résolutions du 56e session plénière du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. La gouvernance démocratique sont des enjeux cruciaux marqués par des défis persistants comme dans plusieurs pays. Des avancées notables ont été enregistrées, notamment l'élaboration en 2023 d'une charte de bonne conduite des partis politiques destinée à promouvoir la démocratie interne et la redevabilité. Le concept de démocratie impulsé par le peuple, porté par notre président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, l'honorable Justin Tukel, a été concrétisé par des audiences publiques. La transformation numérique, programme national d'e-gouvernance et les outils innovants de la lutte contre la corruption électorale ont renforcé la transparence. Toutefois, le cadre électoral…
Il reste 3 minutes, honorable.
Toutefois, le cadre électoral demeure perfectible, en particulier sur l'encadrement de la pré-campagne et le financement des partis. Pour les réformes électorales et prévention de violence, la CENI, la Commission électorale nationale indépendante, a amélioré la gestion des listes électorales, mais son indépendance a été aussi renforcée. Pour la participation des jeunes, des pistes prometteuses émergentes pour l'inclusion de jeunes dans la gouvernance, ainsi que les filles sur l'introduction de quotas, l'abaissement de l'âge d'éligibilité et une réflexion sur un financement public de candidature ont été adoptés. Il faut également mentionner ici que nous notons le progrès majeur qui a été pris au sein de l'Assemblée nationale malgache sous la présidence de l'honorable Toukel Justin sur la mise en place du 7e vice-président de l'Assemblée nationale, poste qui est réservé à l'opposition, mais comme nous sommes conscients que cela contribue à la promotion de la démocratie dans notre pays, en particulier, mais au sein de chaque assemblée parlementaire de notre pays respectif en général, nous avons adopté le poste à ce 7e vice-président. Voilà, en ce qui concerne le rapport de Madagascar, nous soulignons enfin que plusieurs entités travaillent sur la transparence électorale, l'inclusivité et que les commissions parlementaires ne cessent de collaborer à ces institutions pour permettre les initiatives politiques régionales de soutenir la participation active des jeunes et des femmes dans le processus de prise de décision. Merci.
Merci, honorable Savatsara Gabriel, pour votre intervention. Maintenant, je vais inviter le Malawi pour présenter son rapport.
Mr. President, honorable speakers, the Secretary General, honorable members, distinguished guests. I'm representing the report from Malawi. Honorable President and members, I rise to present the country report for Malawi to the 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum here in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. Let me thank the President of Zimbabwe for being an excellent host so far. The report that I will present outlines Malawi progress on key regional commitments and resolutions as follows. Number one, on the transformation of the forum to a SADC regional parliament. Malawi early signing of the treaty amendment indicates a strong commitment to the establishment of the SADC Parliament. Agreement to transform the SADC Parliament Forum into a regional parliament, showing our commitment to regional integration. However, we are still awaiting for the draft protocol. Once received, consultations will begin with the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Justice. The second resolution on the secondment of the senior parliamentary staff to the Programs and Parliamentary Business and Languages Department. In 2022, the Parliament of Malawi sent one of its senior staff member on secondment, Mr. Joseph Manzi, who is the current director of Parliamentary Business and Programs and is based in Windhoek, Namibia. While this demonstrates our support, we currently have no plans for additional secondments due to budgetary constraints. Mr. President, the third commitment and resolution is on the election observation missions. Elections remain central to regional democracy and remain to be a manifestation to our strengthening democracy, which is commendable. Despite our support for the election observation missions, Malawi has noticed that in the past few years, many SADC members have not been able to be part of these missions due to different reasons. Honorable President and members, for Malawi, I'm sure for many others, the EOM have proven to be expensive on member parliaments as they are required to cater for logistics of their observers. Malawi understands on the critical need to include a fee to effective and efficient operations of these missions. However, the introduction of the proposed $6,000 as a logistical fee for election observation mission seemed to deter many parliaments to partake in the observation mission. Malawi supports the introduction of the EOM fees. However, just like in the previous plenary assembly in December 2024 in Livingstone, Zambia, Malawi still proposes that the proposed $6,000 should be an annual payment. Mr. President, the other point on the designation of focal person to monitor the domestication of model rows. Honorable colleagues, although a dedicated focal person has yet to be appointed, interim desk officers are overseeing the domestication process. In the next cohort, after the general elections in September this year, the Parliament of Malawi will use a combination of members of Parliament and desk officers to facilitate the monitoring processes and tracking of SADC-PF model rows. However, there has been notable progress with registration that have been influenced by the SADC model row in Malawi. And it includes Public Finance Management Act 2022, which provide as the legal and institutional framework for public finance management and is aligned with the SADC model law. Number 2, Constitution Amendment 2017, which raised legal marriage age to 18, eliminating exceptions. In October 2024, the Ministry of Gender and Community Social Welfare launched a national strategic End Child Marriage. Number 3, Penal Code Amendment 2023, which increased age of consent to 18. Child sexual offenses now are punishable by life imprisonment. Number 4, Child Care Protection and Justice Act, which was amended to harmonize the definition of a child at 18 years, and many others. Lastly, Honorable President and colleagues, allow me to talk about the implementation of the 2023-2026 SRHR and governance project. Firstly, allow me to thank the SADC-PF Secretariat for ensuring that this important project is supported and making an impact. Launched in March 2024 at the Parliament building of Malawi, the launch was presided over by the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Madalizo Kazombo, MP, the Secretary General of SADC-PF, Ms. Mboema Sakoma, and the Clerk of Parliament, Ms. Fiona Kalemba. On 5th March, the SADC-PF Secretary General had engagement meetings which were done to mobilize and sensitize the institution of Parliament of Malawi and its stakeholders on the new phase of the SRHR project. The Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Project has recruited an SRHR researcher, engaged Parliament staff, civil society communities, and conducted constituency awareness on SRHR issues. Over $14,000 has been spent on awareness campaign, roundtable discussions, and capacity building for MPs and CSOs. With Parliament set to dissolve before the September 2025 elections, activities will scale down. However, we still urge that more resources be made available post-elections for community engagement. In conclusion, Mr. President and colleagues, Malawi remains committed to regional goals. We continue to seek innovative ways to meet our obligations and strengthen regional integration and governance. I thank you, Mr. President, and all colleagues. Thank you.
Merci, honorable Speaker of Malawi. Il a présenté son rapport en moins de 15 minutes. Il mérite d'être applaudi encore une fois, s'il vous plaît. Et maintenant, nous allons prendre une pause de 30 minutes pour se rafraîchir un peu.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambi, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people. We should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one alone. We should fulfill deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and out towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes, fighting on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with this month, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th General Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing its first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region?
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edim Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambi, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and Victoria Falls.
The presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizens. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience the higher quality of life that leaves no one. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes, writing on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless Africa.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African
reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizens. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the peoples who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one a no question. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my single honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless North Africa.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region?
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambi, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizens. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one in no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless North Africa.
Did you know that in 2001, SADC-PF made history by developing the first election instrument in the SADC region and the African continent, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region?
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edin Nangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edin Nangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, May I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambi, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to very much celebrate and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all citizens. The outcome of the beneficiaries of all our efforts, people, we should experience the higher quality of life that leaves no one in the prison. Finally, I wish to liberations and no recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edim Nangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation to Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC.
Good morning again. Bonjour, bonjour. Donc, nous allons reprendre notre séance en poursuivant les rapports des pays. Et sans plus tarder, je vais inviter Malawi, il a déjà fait les siens. Et maintenant, c'est au tour de Mozambique de faire son rapport. Donc, j'invite l'honorable venant de Mozambique à présenter son rapport.
Sua Excelência, Senhora Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Suas Excelências, Senhoras Presidentes dos Parlamentos Nacionais, meus pares, digníssimos deputados, caros convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Antes de apresentar o relatório de Moçambique sobre o nível de progressos alcançados no que se refere à adaptação das leis modelos à legislação nacional, à implementação das resoluções aprovadas durante o 56ª sessão da Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar de SADC, permite-me que enderece uma saudação especial à Sua Excelência, o Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar de SADC, ao Presidente do Parlamento do Zimbábue e Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar de SADC. Excelências, no concernente ao cumprimento das resoluções da 56ª Assembleia Plenária, cumpre-nos destacar o seguinte. Quanto à resolução relativa à adoção de relatórios da Comissão Permanente do Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, de salientar que Moçambique entrou em 2010 no mapa de países detentores de significativas reservas de recursos minerais, como gás natural, carvão, areias pesadas, pedras preciosas, entre outros, o que resultou num nível de investimento acentuado. A exploração e gestão sustentável dos recursos minerais críticos tem trazido diversos benefícios para os jovens moçambicanos, como oportunidade de emprego, desenvolvimento de habilidades profissionais, incentivo ao empreendedorismo, crescimento econômico e desenvolvimento de infraestruturas. No entanto, é fundamental que a exploração seja feita de forma sustentável, que os benefícios sejam distribuídos de forma justa e que os jovens possam ter acesso a oportunidades econômicas e sociais. 2. Relativamente à resolução relativa à adoção do relatório da Comissão Permanente de Democratização, Governação e Direitos Humanos, informar a Vossas Excelências que desde a realização das eleições presidenciais, legislativas e para assembleias provinciais, em outubro de 2024, a situação política, econômica e social de Moçambique foi marcada por manifestações violentas em quase todo o território nacional, iniciadas no dia 21 de outubro, convocadas pela oposição, em protesto aos resultados eleitorais gerais do escrutínio. No âmbito dos esforços para garantir a estabilidade do país e de forma a evitar que o fim de cada ciclo eleitoral termine em violência, e por iniciativa de Sua Excelência Presidente da República de Moçambique, o Parlamento moçambicano aprovou em abril passado a Lei de Compromisso Político para um Diálogo Nacional e Inclusivo, que estabelece um quadro legal para a promoção de um diálogo inclusivo e amplo entre os partidos políticos e a sociedade civil moçambicana. Atualmente, o país vive um clima de paz, harmonia social e se recupera dos efeitos negativos das manifestações violentas e terrorismo. 3. Quanto à adoção de moção sobre a situação de segurança na região de SADC, de referir que desde outubro de 2017, a província de Cabo Delgado é vítima de ataques terroristas que já fizeram mais de 4.000 mortos, destruição de bens públicos e privados, e forçaram mais de 1 milhão de pessoas a procurar abrigo em zonas mais seguras, principalmente mulheres e crianças, desencadeando uma crise humanitária. Devido às ações das Forças de Defesa e Segurança de Moçambique, com apoio das forças de SADC e do contingente de Ruanda, a estabilidade no norte de Cabo Delgado está a melhorar, não obstante alguns focos de terrorismo. Apelamos aos países de SADC e não relaxar, uma vez que a tendência de terrorismo é de espalhar para além das fronteiras de Moçambique. Excelências, no concernente à transformação do Fórum Parlamentar de SADC em Parlamento Regional, Moçambique assinou o acordo de alteração de Tratado de SADC com vista à criação do Parlamento Regional. Relativamente à revisão ou comentários ao projeto de protocolo sobre o estabelecimento do Parlamento de SADC, a Assembleia da República de Moçambique recebeu do Ministério de Negócios Estrangeiros de Moçambique o referido projeto e remeteu em fevereiro deste ano ao Secretariado da SADC em Gaborone as respectivas contribuições ao documento. 5. Quanto à possibilidade do destacamento de altos funcionários parlamentares às expensas próprias para apoiar os programas do Fórum e o Departamento de Línguas e Assuntos Parlamentares, tendo em conta as atuais limitações financeiras do Fórum, a Assembleia da República de Moçambique está a refletir sobre o assunto. No concernente ao apoio que a Assembleia da República de Moçambique poderá dar às missões de observação eleitoral do Fórum Parlamentar, a serem enviadas para Estados-membros que realizam eleições gerais no ano civil de 2026, nomeadamente Malawi, Seychelles e Tanzânia, com contribuição financeira por eleição e patrocinando 2 deputados em cada missão, Moçambique está a envidar esforços com vista a cumprir na íntegra. 7. Sobre a designação de um ponto fiscal para fazer a ligação com a Comissão Regional de Supervisão das Leis Modelo e acompanhar a transposição das mesmas para ordenamento jurídico nacional, o país está a trabalhar para o efeito. Excelências, quanto ao projeto de saúde, direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, HIV, SIDA e governação 2023-2026, a Assembleia da República e o Fórum Parlamentar de SADC assinaram o acordo de implementação do projeto a 28 de fevereiro de 2024, em Maputo. Após a assinatura do referido acordo, o Parlamento moçambicano procedeu ao recrutamento de 2 investigadores internos para apoiar a implementação do projeto através de um concurso aberto para o efeito. Relativamente à capacitação de funcionários da Assembleia da República, em 2024, no âmbito de lançamento de projeto em referência, foram capacitados 290 funcionários parlamentares, incluindo pesquisadores em diversas matérias relevantes para a execução do projeto, nomeadamente saúde, direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, HIV-Sida, governação, mudanças climáticas, planificação e orçamentação. Em relação ao projeto, a Assembleia da República recomenda o seguinte: 1. Redução de burocracia no desembolso dos fundos e definição do orçamento do projeto para cada país. Pela atenção dispensada, muito obrigado. Sorry,
Merci.
Sorry. I have constipation. Therefore, my voice is not normal.
Ok. En tout cas, vous étiez dans les temps. Applaudissons encore honorable Président de Mozambique. Maintenant, j'aimerais inviter la Namibie à présenter son rapport. Honorable Speaker of Namibia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Parliamentary Forum of SADC, who is also Speaker of Madagascar, the Vice President of the Parliamentary Forum, and our gracious host, the Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I wish to firstly appreciate the generous hospitality of our host since our arrival here, and also to appreciate the wonderful facilities that are put at our disposal for our meetings. I also wish to appreciate the SADC Parliamentary Forum's president for his kind words about our departed founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, and the condolence message to the people of Namibia. Now, on the implementation of the resolutions of the 56th SADC Parliamentary Forum, I would like to report as follows. Transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to a SADC Regional Parliament. The Republic of Namibia is the proud host of the SADC Parliamentary Forum since its establishment on the 8th of September, 1997, is committed to supporting the ultimate transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a SADC Regional Parliament. The draft protocol is currently being reviewed by our Ministry of International Relations and Trade. The 8th National Assembly, which has recently assumed duty, will continue and conclude this important process in due course. On the signing of the agreement to amend the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament, Namibia has signed the agreement to amend the SADC Treaty on June 26, 2024. On the secondment of senior parliamentary staff to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Namibian Parliament is unfortunately currently not in a position to second the senior parliamentary staff, but Namibia, as the host parliament, nevertheless confirms its commitment to render any short to medium-term human resource support that the SADC Parliamentary Forum may require. On the SADC election observation missions for Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania, the Namibian Parliament has set aside financial resources in the current national budget to support and participate in the upcoming election observation missions to the member states of Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania. On the designation of a focal person on model law domestication, the Namibian Parliament has designated a focal person and will ensure the full participation of both the National Assembly and the National Council in this process. Namibia is currently at an advanced stage of finalizing the Public Finance Management Bill, and this was preceded by extensive public hearings. The Ministry of Finance, being the leading ministry in this regard, has confirmed that the draft bill is indeed aligned to the SADC Parliamentary Forum Model Law on Public Financial Management. Parliament, through the Standing Committee on Budget and Finance, will also ensure that the ultimate legislation conforms to the principles contained in the model law. Namibia, through the Ministry of Health and Social Services, has also adopted policies and legal provisions that have been influenced by regional standards, including the SADC Parliamentary Forum Model Law on HIV and AIDS. These policies include the National Policy on HIV and AIDS of 2007 and the National Strategic Framework for HIV and AIDS covering 2023 to 2026. In fact, Namibia has achieved the 95-95-95 ratio for testing of people, getting people to know their HIV status for them to have access to treatment and also for them to have the virus below the level where it can no longer be detected. Additionally, the Namibian Parliament will accelerate the popularization of SADC model laws amongst the members of Parliament, as well as the stakeholder ministries and agencies. This will include a process of recording and tracking the domestication of SADC model laws and monitoring the same. Budgetary provisions for the domestication of the model laws is the responsibility of the relevant line ministries and agencies, and Parliament will engage the concerned entities in this regard. Parliament will, however, as part of its oversight and parliamentary diplomacy, endeavor to set aside resources to monitor and report on the domestication and implementation of the model laws. This will be done within the spirit of respecting and preserving Namibia's state sovereignty. Now, on the implementation of the Sexual and Reproductive Health Right Project for the period 2023 to 2026, the Parliament of Namibia signed the agreement to implement the project for that period on the 18th of January 2024. The Parliament wishes to affirm its commitment to implement the project, but however, within the context of the country's national priorities and values. Following the end of the contract of the staff members who were implementing the project, the National Assembly is finalizing the recruitment of a new dedicated staff for the project and will report on the same in due course. To date, 24,000 Namibian dollars of the project funds have been spent, and the project has so far undertaken the following activities. 1, orientation of newly appointed researchers in September of 2024, 2, the National Working Group meeting on the 8th of October 2024, 3, a 3-day planning workshop for members of the National Working Group on the 6th to the 8th of November 2024, and a virtual working session on the 21st of November 2024. Beneficiaries of the project include the chairperson of the National Working Group, the 8 civil society organizations, and 5 staff members of Parliament. The implementation of this project will no longer be in the office of the Speaker, but will revert to the directorate within the Secretariat of the National Assembly for enhanced mainstreaming across the National Assembly. The implementation of the project will also be extended to the National Council for its participation as part of the One Namibian Parliament. Now, on child marriages, in addition to the existing efforts, Namibia has made strides in prohibiting child marriages under the Marriage Act, setting the minimum legal age for marriage at 18 years. The Child Care and Protection Act further reinforces this by prioritizing the best interests of the child, including access to education. These laws aim to protect children, especially girls who are vulnerable from early and forced marriages, which often lead to school dropouts and limit future opportunities. By discouraging child marriage, Namibia promotes school retention and empowers children to reach their full potential. On the Electoral Act, in the spirit of upholding democratic governance, Namibia, through the Electoral Act of 2014, empowered by Article 94A of the Namibian Constitution, established the Electoral Commission of Namibia and provides the legal framework for conducting free, fair, and transparent elections. It outlines processes for voter registration, party participation, campaigning, and dispute resolution, while criminalizing electoral misconduct to uphold integrity. The Act ensures universal suffrage is guaranteed in Article 17 of the Namibian Constitution and promotes political pluralism, accountability, and public trust, thereby serving as a cornerstone for democratic governance in Namibia. Furthermore, the Namibian Constitution guarantees a multi-party political system where all citizens have the right to form, join, and campaign for political parties, and to peacefully contest and assume state power through democratic elections.
This ensures a stable, inclusive, and representative political order based on the will of the people. The membership to our National Assembly is based on proportional representation to promote diversity and inclusion, especially in communities where we are culturally diverse. And the state provides funding to political parties who are represented in Parliament in order to support their mobilization efforts. On gender-based violence, Namibia's legal framework addressing gender-based violence is primarily established through the Combating of Domestic Violence Act of 2003 and its subsequent amendment in 2022. The Act provides comprehensive protections for victims, encompassing various forms of abuse, such as physical, sexual, economic, psychological, and emotional abuse, as well as harassment and intimidation within domestic relationships. Additionally, the 2022 amendment to the Act expanded the definition of domestic relationship to include primary caretakers, facilitated the issuance of emergency protection orders through electronic means, and allowed courts to refer offenders to counseling programs. Additionally, Namibia has established specialized gender-based violence courts and provides victim support services, including legal and counseling, to uphold the rights and safety of survivors. Lastly, the Namibian Law Reform and Development Commission, established under the Law Reform and Development Commission Act number 29 of 1991, is an autonomous body which plays a crucial role in ensuring that Namibia's legal system evolves to meet the needs of its society and ensuring that they are constantly aligned to regional and international best practices, such as the SADC model laws, amongst others, supporting the efforts of Parliament, of course, and the executive offices. I thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable Speaker of Namibia, Parlement hôte de siège du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Je tiens à vous adresser mes vifs remerciements pour votre confirmation tout à l'heure que le Parlement namibien continue à soutenir le Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Veuillez l'applaudir encore une fois, l'assistance. Merci. Maintenant, c'est au tour de CSL de présenter son rapport. J'invite respectueusement, Monsieur le Président, à présenter le rapport de CSL.
Honorable President, fellow delegates, good morning. Honorable President, I will be happy to present my report on the implementation of SADC resolutions by the National Assembly of Seychelles, and I will be limiting myself to the actions of the National Assembly. Mr. President, to begin with, the issue of transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament, I want to say that Seychelles has always been a very strong supporter of this initiative and has been one of the first to sign. In past years, we have continued to make our contribution towards getting the required number of signatories. And I'm happy to say that in my term as president of SADC Parliamentary Forum in the 2 previous years, we finally made it to the finishing line in getting the required number of secretaries. And here I want to take the occasion to thank especially the lobby team presided by our colleague speaker, Mudenda of Zimbabwe, and with the support of his other colleague speakers, in their very strong effort in bringing together the required number of signatories. I want to say that we will continue supporting the launching of our new parliament. On election observations, I echo what other member countries have said. Unfortunately, the lack of resources makes it very difficult for us to participate in nominating delegates to these observer missions. However, we continue to support all efforts in that regard. And we hope that with future consideration of our budget, it is an issue that we have brought up with our Ministry of Finance. With future consideration, we will be able to take a more active role. On the implementation of the 2023 to 2026 SRHR and governance project, although unfortunately Seychelles has not been included among the countries eligible to access finance under that project, we maintain the agreement with SADC-PF to continue the work of this committee at our own expense, and we have continued to work for the implementation of the goals. I will just quickly mention some of the other legislative initiatives that our National Assembly has taken in terms of implementation of SADC-PF goals. In the area of democracy and human rights, I think we have made further progress over the past year. One with a constitutional amendment, which provided for fixed date elections. This will remove a lot of the uncertainty surrounding the dissolution of parliament. In fact, it excludes the dissolution of the National Assembly in preparation for the election. So this is for us a very important step, because the uncertainty around election time has always been a stumbling block for parties contesting elections. The constitutional amendment in that regard has also led to other changes. We have a new elections bill coming to the Assembly, which will provide for smoother transition and transfer of power in the event of a change of government. Many provisions that were not in place before. In other ways, we have taken steps to strengthen democratic representation and the protection of rights of citizens. An amendment to the penal code inserted the offense of hate speech, which includes also protection of politicians. And this will be, we hope, contribute to a more peaceful and a more stable electoral process, a more respectful process altogether. In other initiatives, our National Assembly has held a workshop on violence against women, and has made certain recommendations to be taken, some of which have relevance to the legal framework. On the environment, our Assembly has always been very active and concerned. This year, we hosted a workshop on, a conference on climate change in support of the climate parliament. And this brought together the Indian Ocean, our Indian Ocean countries, three of which are members of SADC-PF. And Honorable President, you are also a very prominent member of this organization. This organization of Indian Ocean countries, the Parliamentary Association of Indian Ocean countries, is very much aligned with the goals of SADC. And continually, our considerations go back to the issues which have been raised in SADC-PF. In line with these goals, we hosted the launch of a Youth Parliamentary Association for the Indian Ocean region, and we intend that this should also be part of the SADC goals. Incidentally, our Indian Ocean Country Parliamentary Association wishes to be acknowledged as observers to SADC-PF in the future. In terms of food security, we passed a major enactment of the Fisheries and Aquaculture law, which just as you on mainland Africa talk about the sustainability of agriculture, our concern is largely with our fisheries resources. And this act addressed a number of issues in the sustainability of fisheries, the preservation of fish stocks, and of course in the industry, in the aquaculture industry, as a supplement to fishing in a natural manner. On the designation of a focal person on model law domestication, we recognize the effort for domestication, and we continue dialogues with the relevant authorities to be able to fully implement this. Honorable President, I will now pass on perhaps the one issue that has been of major attention in our parliament, and that is the alignment of Seychelles on the Domestic Violence Act model law standards of SADC-PF. We have been pleased to share in recent developments regarding the ongoing efforts to harmonize our National Domestic Violence Act with the SADC-PF model law. Although Seychelles has in place already a Domestic Violence Act, which came into force in 2020, there is growing recognition of the need to review and strengthen the legislation. We have held national consultations and have taken the initial steps to achieve that. Specifically, a high-level meeting was recently convened at the National Assembly, which brought together members of the Assembly, officials from various ministries concerned, and representatives of SADC-PF. And the Honorable Regina Espaon, a long-standing member of SADC-PF, whom many of you are familiar with, as chairperson of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, played a key role in emphasizing the significance of this harmonization effort. So this continues to be very important for us and a very important part of our regional engagement. The harmonization process will focus on broadening legal definitions to reflect the full spectrum of domestic and gender-based violence, strengthening victim support systems, clarifying roles and responsibilities of enforcement bodies, introducing monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and ensuring alignment with human rights commitments. So going forward, we will be conducting a thorough analysis of the legal framework in partnership with legal experts and SADC-PF counterpart. We are organizing follow-up consultations to ensure the involvement of civil society and affected communities in this goal. We will be drafting the necessary amendments to the Domestic Violence Act based on recommendations from this analysis. And we will also be presenting the revised bill for national consultation and parliamentary approval. As we prepare to engage in further discussion with the 57th Plenary Assembly, Seychelles reaffirms its commitment to the regional cause of eliminating domestic and gender-based violence. The National Assembly recognizes that harmonizing laws across our region is not simply a legal task, it is also a moral imperative. It is about standing together as a region to say that violence has no place in our homes. In respect to that, I believe the work of our National Assembly has been considerably strengthened and supported by other measures. For example, in the past, we have had our law reform committee, which has prepared a new proposal for sexual offenses, which is a major departure from what we have had. So all of this, Honorable President and members, is part of what we want to claim to be our contribution to the work of this August forum. I thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous étiez dans les temps, donc vous méritez d'être applaudi encore une fois.
I will accept a medal, Mr. President.
Maintenant, j'invite respectueusement Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de l'Afrique du Sud à présenter son rapport.
President and Speaker of Parliament of Madagascar, who's also our President of SADC, Vice President in the Executive, our host speaker, Honorable Mudenda, and all my colleagues, the speakers present here, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable President and members of the forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a profound honor for me to submit the country report on South Africa's implementation of the resolutions adopted at the 56th Plenary Assembly meeting of SADC Parliamentary Forum held from the 6th to 15th December 2024 at Radisson Blu Mosia Tunya Resort, Livingstone, Zambia. Before I continue, allow me to express our appreciation as the South African delegation to our host speaker, Honorable Mudenda, for the hospitality that you have extended to us as a delegation from the time we arrived, and topping it all by celebrating my birthday on the night. It hasn't gone unnoticed. We want to appreciate and thank you. The Plenary Assembly met under the theme Leveraging Technology and Innovation for Smart, Inclusive and Responsive Parliaments in the SADC region. In accordance with this theme and the resolutions adopted by the 56th Plenary Assembly, our Parliament actively monitored implementation of related policy frameworks, programs, and actions planned by the Executive as well as our Parliament. I'm pleased to also report to this 57th plenary session that in discharging our constitutional mandate as Parliament, that of oversight and accountability, our members of Parliament have raised during this term several parliamentary questions to the members of the executive relating to technology and innovation. This demonstrates our resolve to leverage on our parliamentary work to harness the potential and longitudinal impact of technology and innovation for realization of our country's societal and developmental economic outcomes. Honorable President, to mention but a few instances, on 2nd May 2025, a parliamentary question was asked to the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition following the intellectual property and technology commercialization session on how this department plans to expand intellectual property education to ensure that local entrepreneurs understand how to protect and monetize their innovations, and on whether there are any proposals to integrate IP education into the schools and university curricula to foster a culture of innovation from an early age. And if I were to digress a little bit, I'm sure honorable members will know an ongoing case between one of our citizens and one of our telecoms giant on developing a very innovative Please Call Me. And that matter has been going on, and in part relates to those issues of intellectual property. And we trust that in time, that matter will be resolved fairly. On the 17th of April, 2025, parliamentary questions were also asked to the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation with regard to the growing importance of innovation in driving economic growth and addressing societal challenges. The question was about what initiative is the department and the minister implementing to support research and development in emerging technologies. Secondly, how will he as a minister ensure that the specified innovations are accessible and beneficial to all sectors of society? On the 27th of March, further parliamentary questions were asked to the Minister of Science and Technology on the comprehensive efforts that are being undertaken to guarantee equitable access to science, technology, and innovation funding for historically disadvantaged institutions and researchers, and how are the initiatives addressing systematic barriers to ensure that marginalized groups can fully participate and benefit from research and innovation opportunities. I must also indicate that on a parliamentary level, Parliament's administration led by our Secretary of Parliament were actually asked by members of Parliament when they did the briefing on the Joint Standing Committee on Finance, how as Parliament we will continue to leverage technology and innovation for smart, inclusive, and responsive Parliament. Members may appreciate that our Parliament actually bent down and we are in the stage of rebuilding. So this question was very pertinent to how in the rebuilding process and modernization, ICT as well as other technologies will be included to ensure that we can have accessibility for citizens into what happens in the assemblies as well as in the committees. But also the issue of data networks was presented as one of the issues that Parliament administration will have to enhance, as well as strengthening our data centers. Further to that, honorable members, it will be recalled that the 56th Plenary Assembly adopted various resolutions relating to the role of parliaments in raising, allocating, and spending resources necessary for public health and sexual and reproductive health and rights financing. In this respect, parliaments were urged to, among others, prioritize health financing in national budget allocations, ensuring that domestic resources dedicated to health are increased in line with the Abuja Declaration targets. I do hope, honorable members, that during this budget cycle which we are going on in South Africa, we will ensure that we attest to this task. But I can also report that we have, as a country, adopted the National Health Insurance Act 20 of 2023. which seeks inter alia to provide universal health coverage, which may significantly impact on the SRHR access and funding. Furthermore, with regards to the support for implementation of innovative health financing mechanism, including earmarked taxes on harmful products, e.g. tobacco and alcohol, I can report that on May 14, 2025, the Portfolio Committee on Health in our National Assembly was briefed by the National Economic Development and Labor Council, which really is a council that brings together workers, business, civil society, and government, on its input on the Tobacco Products and Electronic Delivery Systems Control Bill. Among others, the bill seeks to regulate smoking, to regulate the sale and advertising of tobacco products and electronic delivery system, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Honorable President and honorable members, the 56th Plenary Assembly also dealt with the very important issue of leveraging the role of SADC Parliament Forum in facilitating citizens' participation in SADC regional integration for enhanced accountability and inclusive socio-economic development. In this respect, parliaments were urged to first develop strategies to strengthen their oversight and legislative functions in promoting democracy building and democratic consolidation across member states through reviewing and updating legal frameworks for electoral process to align with SADC model law on elections and revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. I can report, honorable members, that on 7 May 2024, the South African President assented to Electoral Matters Amendment Act. This act amends the Political Funding Act of 2018 and introduced significant reforms to South Africa's electoral and political funding laws. It seeks to provide for and regulate public and private funding of political parties, independent candidates, and independent representatives, which is indispensable not only in improving transparency and integrity of electoral process, but also in promoting democracy building and democratic consolidation. The 56th Plenary Assembly also took a resolution on the cumulative impact of fostering citizens' participation in SADC regional integration for enhanced accountability, inclusive socio-economic development and cohesion. In this regard, member states were asked to create an environment that facilitates mineral beneficiation of critical minerals to create employment, especially for the youth, and create value chains. In this regard, I can report, honorable members, that South Africa is actively pursuing the mineral beneficiation strategy to add value to its resources and boost economic growth. This involves transforming raw minerals into higher value products, fostering industrialization and job creation. South Africa's commitment to beneficiation is driven by its global leadership in key minerals like platinum, manganese, and chromium. This is a matter that is still in progress, honorable members. I want to indicate that in the space of agriculture, as much as the government is continuing to ensure that there's stability in the sector, there's export, but also there's growth to deal with issues of food security, the issues of land accessibility still remain a sore issue, which we continue to address. With respect to climate change, members were encouraged to support streamlining access to funds like the Green Climate Fund and the establishment of direct access entities at the national and regional level. I can report, honorable members, that the Climate Change Act number 22 of 2024 was promulgated, which seeks to inter alia enable the development of an active climate change response and a long-term just transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy and society for South Africa in the context of sustainable development. President, I will now want to report on matters that relate to gender-based violence and 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 the legislation that seeks to address this matter. I can report that regarding tackling child marriage and gender-based violence amongst youth, on May 14, 2025, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development in our National Assembly was briefed by a delegation from the United Nations representatives of the Secretary General on violence against children. Other equally important developments to report on this matter is actually the signing into law of the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill on the 24th of May, 2024 by President. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will coordinate and provide strategic leadership to the fight against GBV and femicide. This is a matter, honorable members, that we continue to grapple with and mobilizing civil society to work with us in addressing this scourge. Lastly, Honorable President, since we're requested by the SADC Secretariat, particularly our Parliamentary Forum, to include in our country reports assessment on progress made on live matters, I wish to indicate that regarding progress on national level for giving comments on the draft protocol on establishment of the SADC Parliament, on 11 April, the South African Minister of International Relations and Cooperation indeed informed us that he has received the draft protocol, which we are now looking at. I'm sorry we might have missed the deadline, but surely we will make sure that by the time the SADC summit takes place, we would have resolved this matter. On the question of elections observation, and whether our parliament will support the SADC-PF election observer missions, given our commitment and the high level of importance our parliament attaches to the work and all programmatic activities of the forum, I can report that in principle, the South African Parliament supports the deployment of EOMs to member states holding general elections in 2026 calendar year. However, the issue of contribution is a matter that is going to that will serve in front of our Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, and once that has been dealt with, we will formally communicate. Regarding designation of focal persons on model law, domestication, to liaise with the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee and assist in tracking the domestication of SADC-PF model laws, I would like to report that our International Relations and Protocol Division assists with the matter, working together with our parliamentary group on international relations, and once finalized, we will formally give our report to the Secretariat. Finally, regarding recruitment of the sexual and reproductive health and rights researchers, I would like to report, Mr. President, that our research unit located within the Knowledge and Information Service Division was seized with the matter. In our parliament, this has been quite a protracted process due to operational requirements and budgetary considerations, among others. However, I can report that shortlisting was done and interviews were conducted on Tuesday, May 13, 2025. The envisaged date for commencement of duties by the successful candidate was 1st June 2025, pending their immediate availability. Mr. President, I so submit.
Merci, Honorable Speaker of South Africa, pour votre intervention. J'aimerais bien souligner que le Parlement de l'Afrique du Sud sera notre Parlement hôte de 58e Assemblée plénière du FP-SADC. Encore une fois, applaudissons l'honorable président. Maintenant, j'invite la Zambie à présenter son rapport.
Your Excellency, the President of SADC Parliamentary Forum,
the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Forum, the host speaker, Mr. Jacob Mudenda, speakers from various national assemblies, fellow members of parliament, staff members from various parliaments. I stand here on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker from the Republic of Zambia to represent the country report. Allow me to update the House on the key resolutions. Transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. Zambia has made significant strides at the national level in advancing the transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. On 2nd July 2024, Zambia became the 11th SADC member state to sign the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament. Zambia hosted the 56th SADC Plenary Assembly in December 2024. During the session, the Vice President, Her Honor, Mrs. W.K. Nalumango, reaffirmed Zambia's commitment to the establishment of the SADC parliamentary and pledged to support for all processes leading to its successful completion. With regard to the draft protocol, Zambia has submitted her comments to the SADC Secretariat pursuant to the decision of the 44th SADC Summit. Secondment of senior parliamentary staff. Dear delegates, the National Assembly of Zambia remains steadfast in its commitment to advancing the objectives of the SADC-PF through the provisions of the technical expertise and institutional support. As evidence of this ongoing commitment, the National Assembly of Zambia has in the past successfully seconded qualified personnel to the forum. These secondments have not only contributed significantly to the work of the forum, but have also enhanced institutional cooperation and capacity building in the seconded staff. In view of the foregoing, the National Assembly of Zambia has started the process of seconding qualified and competent staff to the forum, following the official request for the required positions by the forum. Dear delegates, the National Assembly of Zambia recognizes the importance of election observation in promoting democratic governance, transparency, credibility of electoral processes within the SADC region. However, due to the prevailing financial constraints, the National Assembly of Zambia regrets its inability at this time to sponsor the participation of 2 members of parliament and staff in each election observation missions during the 2026 electoral calendar. Nonetheless, the National Assembly commends the forum for its proactive development on a resource mobilization strategy and urges the forum to intensify engagement with development partners and stakeholders who may be in a position to support this important initiative. The National Assembly remains committed to the objectives of the forum and stands ready to participate meaningfully in its activities within the limits of available resources. Designation of focal person on model law domestication. Dear delegates, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Desk Officer at the National Assembly of Zambia has been entrusted with the responsibility of being the focal person on model law domestication. The officer is tasked with coordinating matters relating to domestication and implementation of SADC model laws, progress monitoring, and ensuring effective communication between the National Assembly and the Forum, among other responsibilities. National efforts in domesticating and promoting model laws. Dear delegates, the National Assembly of Zambia has actively engaged in aligning national legislation with model forum. These efforts reflect Zambia's commitment to promoting regional integration and harmonizing legal frameworks across the SADC region. Legislation domestication. The Children's Code Act is one of the most prominent examples of the legislation in Zambia that draws directly the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. The Act consolidates children already in marriage. The Act consolidates child-related legislation, elevates the legal age of a child, and codifies protective measures, thus reflecting key provisions and principles advocated by the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The Public Financial Management Act. Zambia has also taken steps towards aligning its public financial oversight mechanisms with the SADC model law on public financial management adopted by the Forum in 2022. As the Speaker of the National Assembly, I have publicly endorsed the utility of this model law in enhancing accountability, fiscal discipline in line with regional best practices. The Marriage Act. The amendment of the Marriage Act in 2023 offers a significant opportunity for ending child marriages in the country by addressing legal loopholes, strengthening protections for children, and harmonizing customary and statutory definition of who a child is. This amendment introduced stricter regulations regarding the age of consent for marriage, aligning it more closely with international standards and best practices. By raising the minimum age of marriage to 19 years and enforcing stringent penalties for those who violate these provisions, the amended Marriage Act acts as a powerful deterrent against child marriages. National Assembly has co-hosted regional consultative forums such as the SADC-PF convening held in Lusaka in August 2024, which focused on the implementation of the SADC model law on the eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. This forum brought together legislators, civil society, and international partners to co-create national strategies for legal and policy reform based on the SADC-PF model law. Through parliamentary debates, committee work, and stakeholder outreach, the National Assembly has facilitated national awareness of SADC model laws and encouraged inclusive dialogue on their relevance to Zambia's legislative agenda. Dear delegates, allow me to report the progress made arising from the plenary which was held in Livingstone, just across the river in Zambia. SADC member states to take deliberate measures to sensitize their citizens. The government of the Republic of Zambia, as part of its digital transformation strategy, the Ministry of Technology and Science is collaborating with the National Science and Technology Council and higher learning institutions to run AI awareness workshops and curriculum review, including AI topics in the digital literacy programs in schools and communities under the Smart Zambia project, and highlighting both the potential benefits and risks of AI and focusing on ethical AI use, job displacement risks, and data privacy concerns. To support these efforts, the AI policy and regulatory framework will be finalized in alignment with regional and global standards. Dear colleagues, SADC member states to upscale regional cooperation in the technology space. Zambia is part of the ongoing SADC initiatives to enhance fiber optic connections and is connected to regional and international fiber networks in 8 out of the 10 neighboring countries. To support these efforts, the government will continue to engage under the SADC Communication Regulators Association of Southern Africa to harmonize regulations and ensure shared fiber infrastructure is leveraged regionally and coordinate with neighboring countries to close existing gaps in regional connectivity. Member states to share best practices. Mr. President, Zambia is actively promoting digital literacy through integration of digital literacy into primary and secondary curriculum. Community-based ICT access points and digital hubs established under the Smart Zambia initiative, and participation in SADC universal broadband connectivity targets, which include boosting digital skills. Mr. President, member states to undertake technological innovations to help reduce difference on imports. I have this to submit, Mr. President. Zambia is reviewing broadband taxation policies to improve affordability and accessibility. Further, the country is implementing digital skills development programs and promoting innovation hubs to support local digital content creation and technology production. The country has also invested in extending broadband connectivity through projects such as Smart Zambia Phase 2 and the Digital Transformation Agenda. SADC member states to take practical steps.
Honorable, il vous reste 3 minutes.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
You have 3 minutes left.
Zambia has made significant strides in strengthening its cyber security and data protection framework through the enactment of the Cyber Security Act 2025, the Cyber Crimes Act 2025, and the Data Protection Act 2021. In the interest of time, Your Excellency, allow me to submit on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker from the Republic of Zambia. I thank you.
Merci, honorable. Finalement, il était dans les temps. Encore une fois, bravo pour lui. Applaudissements. Il nous reste maintenant le Zimbabwe pour présenter son rapport, mais il est déjà 13 heures. C'est l'heure de déjeuner. Moi, je pense que nous allons d'abord prendre nos déjeuners et puis après poursuivre les rapports du pays, en partie des Zimbabwe, si vous êtes d'accord. On va déjeuner d'abord. OK? Non? Ah, on va continuer. OK, d'accord. Donc, je donne la parole à l'honorable venant de Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by acknowledging the President of the SADC-PF, Honorable Justin Tockley, our host speaker of the Zimbabwe Parliament, Honorable JFN Mdenda. Let me ride on the protocols that have already been established. It is with great honor that I present this country report on Zimbabwe's implementation of the resolutions adopted at the 56th Plenary Assembly meeting on the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Livingstone, Zambia on the 8th to 15th December 2024. Mr. President, I will deliberately skip recurring issues that have been submitted during previous plenary assembly meetings. Also note that the full report has been submitted to the Secretariat. On the recommendation urging member parliaments to formulate laws that protect critical assets, privacy, and protection of children who use technology, especially AI, in order to make the cyberspace safer. Mr. President, in alignment with global best practices, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has ratified regional and international agreements to strengthen cross-border digital cooperation. This commitment is further exemplified by the enactment of the Cyber and Data Protection Act, Chapter 12, Section 7 in 2021, establishing a robust framework for cybersecurity and data protection. Furthermore, Zimbabwe has accelerated its national digital transformation through the implementation of the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan and the National ICT Policy of 2022 to 2027. Mr. President, on the recommendation that appeal to member states to come up with strategies to recover job losses occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic through industry closures so as to jumpstart the resuscitate industry and boost trade and employment. And again, on the recommendation, which asked the member states to advocate for more health financing, which would enable the attainment of universal health coverage, hereby fostering positive SRHR outcomes. Mr. President, Zimbabwe has actively championed increased health financing as a strategy to achieve universal health coverage and enhance SRHR outcomes. The government has established sustainable domestic funding mechanisms, including the HIV/AIDS levy, which ensures dedicated financial support for HIV programs. Additionally, Mr. President,
in response to the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, new taxes, including the sugar tax, sand tax, and fast food tax have been introduced. The current industrial policy, known as the Zimbabwe Industrial Reconstruction and Growth Plan of 2024 to 2025, focuses on reducing the cost of doing business and promoting collaboration with the private sector. The manufacturing sector, Mr. President, is expected to grow by 3.1% in 2025, with capacity utilization projected to increase from 47% in 2020 and 55% in 2025, with an eye to benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. President, there was a recommendation which encouraged member states to harmonize existing legislation with the PFM model law with the view of promoting transparency and information sharing with the executive, especially on debt management. In line with the recommendation, Mr. President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe is accelerating efforts to harmonize the Public Finance Management Act with the Public Financial Management Model Law adopted by the SADC. By this time, the SADC-PF Model Law was introduced in 2022. Zimbabwe was already in the process of aligning the Public Finance Management Act with these progressive principles in order to provide Parliament with effective oversight over public funds. Mr. President, on the recommendation that implored member states to remove barriers and hinder free trade within the region, in this regard, member states should also implement measures aimed at fostering trade within the region, especially through improved transportation and connectivity. On that regard, Mr. President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe, in collaboration with the executive, is already actively working to eliminate barriers to regional trade and enhance connectivity through extensive road construction and rehabilitation efforts. Since ratifying the African Continental Free Trade Area in 2019, Zimbabwe has advanced its commitment to regional economic integration. The completion of negotiations of the rules of origin in 2023 marked a crucial milestone, enabling participating nations to define preferential trade terms. To complement its trade facilitation efforts, Parliament is urging government to prioritize completion of strategic infrastructure projects aimed at improving regional transport networks. As a result, key highways, including the Harare-Bedbridge Road, which links with South Africa, the Mtare-Plumtree Road, which connects Botswana to Mozambique via Zimbabwe, the Harare-Nyamapanda Road, which facilitates trade with Malawi, and the Bedbridge Victoria Falls Highway, which serves as a crucial trade route linking Zimbabwe and Namibia through our neighboring country, Zambia. These developments underscore Zimbabwe's commitment to promoting seamless regional trade and economic growth. Mr. President, on youth, unemployment, digital literacy, and skills gaps, particularly for women, to reduce disparities and promote equal economic participation across the region. Zimbabwe, in 2024, has unveiled the Youth Empowerment Strategy, which prioritizes skills development, entrepreneurship, and innovation, with a particular emphasis on digital literacy and inclusive training for young women. In addition, Mr. President, the Digital Ambassadors Program mobilizes community leaders as digital champions, promoting digital literacy among local populations and expanding opportunities for youth engagement in the digital economy. In order to tackle youth unemployment, Mr. President, Zimbabwe has implemented a range of targeted interventions, including the competence-based education and training model in vocational training centers, which equips learners with practical, industrial relevant skills tailored to evolving market demands. To bolster youth employment, the economic participation, Zimbabwe introduced the $7 million Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme in March this year under the theme, Fuel Youth, Ignite the Future. This initiative consists of a $2 million revolving fund to support youth enterprises and a $5 million mining equipment support program aimed at facilitating the entry of young entrepreneurs into the mining sector. To ensure effective administration of these financial resources, the Youth Empowerment Bank has been established to oversee loan distribution and provide tailored financial solutions for aspiring young business owners. Additionally, the government has allocated $10 million from the National Irrigation Fund to empower youth engaged in agricultural ventures. Mr. President, allow me to move to responses to specific questions. On transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament, Zimbabwe signed the agreement amending the treaty for the transformation of the SADC-PF into a regional parliament. Subsequent to this, Zimbabwe deposited a comprehensive dossier of comments to the protocol establishing the regional parliament through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. On addressing the impact of inflation on the budget of the forum, Zimbabwe supports a subscription increase from April 2026 to address inflation challenges. On secondment of senior parliamentary staff to the forum, Zimbabwe, Mr. President, stands ready to second staff to the forum, while the institution has occasionally seconded personnel to the ad hoc basis. It is now keen to do so on a long-term and more sustainable basis, as pledged during the executive committee meeting in April 2025. Mr. President, on designation of a focal person to monitor domestication on model laws, the Parliament appointed SRHR researchers to track model law domestications. On implementation of the 2023 to 26 SRHR and governance project, Mr. President, Zimbabwe has made significant progress in implementing the SRHR and governance project. The agreement to implement the project has been signed and launch took place on the 3rd of October 2024. Parliament utilized allocated resources to conduct awareness campaigns and stakeholder engagement. Lastly, Mr. President, on the SADC-PF model law and related policies or instruments, In April 2025, Mr. President, Parliament of Zimbabwe, with the support of the SADC-PF, held a workshop on prison oversight aligned with the draft model law being proposed by the institution. I thank you, Mr. President. I submit this report on behalf of my Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Jeffrey. I thank you.
Merci, honorable. J'ai donné un tout petit peu de bonus à notre hôte, puisque c'est notre Parlement hôte. Il faut toujours respecter les hôtes. Et maintenant, nous avons fini avec le rapport par pays. Et tout à l'heure, nous allons prendre notre déjeuner, mais avant de quitter cette salle, j'aimerais vous dire qu'à travers les rapports qui ont été présentés, je vois que chaque pays membre a fait beaucoup de progrès remarquables par rapport à la mise en œuvre des résolutions prises lors de la dernière assemblée plénière. Ainsi, je tiens à présenter ma profonde gratitude et mes sincères félicitations à tous les pays membres du FP-SADC pour ces efforts déployés. Et j'invite le secrétariat du FP-SADC a bien noté ces résultats impressionnants dans son rapport. Maintenant, nous allons quitter cette salle pour prendre notre petit déjeuner. Bon, déjeuner, je m'excuse.
Officially open. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edim Nangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. This plenary assembly will have to yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates. May I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency,
President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City. As this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Africa.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, calibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. Well, bless you not, Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial ministers indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Africa.
Two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe and Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation to Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation, Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held here at the Victoria Falls City, as this provincial minister has indicated, the home of the iconic and legendary Victoria Falls.
Your presence reflects the enduring spirit, unity, and solidarity that continues to bind our nations in pursuit of an integrated, industrialized, prosperous, peaceful, and democratic Southern Africa region. I trust that this plenary assembly will afford you yet another opportunity to reimagine, recalibrate, and adopt parliamentary systems which ensure that our democratic institutions remain efficient, responsive, and inclusive of all our citizenry. The ultimate beneficiaries of all our efforts must be the people who should experience a higher quality of life that leaves no one and no place behind. Finally, I wish you fruitful deliberations and look forward to your recommendations and outcomes towards operational efficiency in governance and parliamentary processes riding on artificial intelligence and innovation. Comrades and friends, with these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC officially open. God bless you all. God bless you all. Africa.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, distinguished speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, may I, on the onset, convey our utmost appreciation to Your Excellency, President Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Shumba Murambwe, for having accepted to be our guest of honor to this, our auspicious 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, being held
Good afternoon, bonjour. Encore une fois, merci à tous les pays qui ont fait des présentations, des rapports tout à l'heure. Maintenant, j'ouvre le débat sur les rapports pays. Les membres qui souhaitent débattre les font savoir en levant la main. Les membres qui ont des questions doivent indiquer à qui celles-ci sont adressées. Honorables membres, nous vous rappelons qu'au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous prenez la parole. Chacun ou chacune qui va prendre la parole aura 5 minutes pour intervenir. Maintenant, qui va prendre la parole? Jambi. On va commencer par Jambi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a correction on the report that was rendered for Zambia. Just a correction in terms of the minimum age for marriage is 18 years instead of the 19 years that was said. Please just take note that it's not 19 years, it's 18.
I agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable speaker. Les autos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a small comment following Angola's presentation. What I'm about to talk about, Mr. President, is so dear to my heart, especially when it involves children. Angola is introducing health education in primary schools. This is so important because when children are taught about, at an early age, are taught about nutrition, when they are taught about hygiene, when they are taught about physical activity and prevention of future health problems, it fosters a lifelong healthy behavior. Mr. President, this is a very big investment and it will bear fruit in the future. The strategy comes at a time, at a very critical time when countries are faced with a threat of disease burden and loss of health workers following the US government withdrawal of funding to global health. In my country, about more than 1,500 health workers have been laid off. UNAIDS is about to restructure, and out of 608 health workers, 200 it has to be, they have to structure from 608 to 208. And I think this has a very negative influence, globally. And it affects many countries. The strategy of Angola is important as countries can avoid or minimize huge spending on expensive medication that takes care of both communicable and non-communicable diseases. It will also go towards prevention. So I strongly agree or believe that if we all as members of parliament, during budgeting, we put a good amount of money towards health, specifically for health education, not just children, but even adults, this will prevent future illnesses. And it's going to be very cost effective, and we are going to save a lot of money. And I always and hold very strongly that prevention is better than cure. Thank you, President.
Merci, honorable. Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'Angola, à la délégation de l'Angola.
Excelência, senhor presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, digníssimos presidentes dos parlamentos nacionais, prezados deputados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Os relatórios que nós acabamos de ouvir apresentam um grande esforço no sentido de tentar materializar aquilo que são as leis modelo dos parlamentos nacionais. Continuamos a considerar que a incorporação e a transposição das leis modelo nos ordenamentos jurídicos internos constitui elemento fundamental na concretização dos objetivos estratégicos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC no Plano 24-28. Sendo assim, é importante estabelecer horizontes temporais mínimos e máximos para que os Estados-membros adotem leis modelos de áreas concordadas em assembleias plenárias do Fórum, com vista à implementação cadenciada das nossas próprias decisões por todos os Estados-membros no quadro do espírito e da necessidade real da integração regional. Temos de marchar todos juntos, pondo em consideração essas leis modelo que temos concordado nas nossas assembleias plenárias. Para o efeito, é chamada a Comissão Parlamentar de Fiscalização das Leis Modelo, maior vigor na sua ação fiscalizadora e inspectiva. Muito obrigado, senhor presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Merci, honorable. Je tiens respectueusement à vous rappeler que nous sommes encore en phase de questions. Donc, ceux ou celles qui veulent poser des questions, ils posent leurs questions ou bien des remarques, et c'est seulement après que les chefs de délégation vont répondre à la question qui aurait été posée. OK? Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'honorable speaker of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You invest as a group or you buy property as a group?
First of all, I would like to commend the forum for insisting that the resolutions that are taken by the plenary assemblies
buy land
are implemented in our respective countries through our parliaments, which means that what we discuss during the plenary assemblies, a matter that is taken very seriously because of that requirement of ensuring that the resolutions are implemented accordingly. That's first observation.
When I went to FNB, I was very
The second observation relates to the report by the DRC. DRC reported that they are pushing for dam construction in order to increase their hydropower generation, which is very good. But there has been an outstanding project which has a regional character, and that is the Inga Dam. The Inga Dam, geographically to be located in the DRC. Yesterday, the president of PAP indicated that when he attended a seminar called by the World Bank, there was a picture of Africa being dark. That is, have indicated that once the Inga Dam is constructed, it will be able to light up the whole of Africa. And it will have some excess electricity energy for export. I would like to appeal through your office, Mr. President, that we as parliamentarians must engage our executives so that when they meet during summit, the issue of the Inga Dam be taken seriously so that we can light up Africa. And the question of enablers as far as AI penetration in all corners of our countries will be a thing of the past. So it is critical that we embrace that regional project, which has been talked about for quite a while now. And I think through parliaments, we can ginger up our executives to take decisive steps. And at one stage, China was prepared to come in to assist in the construction of that dam. What has happened is the question of inertia, which must be killed. Thirdly, Mr. President, every report that was presented today spoke gloriously about the transformation agenda. And more than the majority of countries have signed the agreement to transform the the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament. But the most critical thing, Mr. President, is the protocol. Now, I'm advised that only 3 countries have had conversations with their ministries of foreign affairs, and they have made comments on the protocol. And these comments have been received by the executive secretary of SADC with this executive secretary of the summit. It is therefore critical that before the end of June, all of us as parliaments working with our executives, we must make those comments about the protocol so that the executive secretary can summarize the responses and then prepare a report for the summit that is going to be held in Madagascar. If that is not done, then we can forget about talking about the protocol. We need at least 11 countries to subscribe to that protocol. And those comments are critical for the executive secretary of SADC to put them together and polish up the protocol as per the comments that will have come from our SADC parliaments and the executive. So I want to appeal through you, Mr. President, that each one of us who is here, who has not made some comments about the proposed protocol, if they can do that as soon as they get back to their respective country. That's one way. The other is to appeal to you, Mr. President, to write to each one of us, the parliaments, so that we can engage those who have not yet engaged with the executives, our executives, to have an analysis of that protocol, have our comments so that these are delivered to the executive secretary of SADC-PF. That is my appeal, Your Excellency, as president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Merci, honorable speaker, pour votre remarque très pertinente concernant la transformation de notre forum en parlement régional. Oui, l'honorable speaker of Angola a demandé la parole tout à l'heure, mais elle n'est pas là maintenant. Donc, tout de suite, je vais passer la parole à l'honorable venant de Mozambique. Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, com todo o protocolo observado. Com a vossa permissão, eu gostaria de começar a minha intervenção saudando todos os países da região que, de forma direta ou indireta, contribuíram positivamente para a paz em Moçambique pós-eleitoral. E quero aqui saudar de forma especial a África do Sul, que depois das eleições de 2024, mandatou o seu emissário para ajudar a resolver a crise eleitoral em Moçambique. E quero, de viva voz, agradecer, como moçambicano, que nós também temos interesse total pela paz. E em relação à questão que eu aqui trago, primeiro, eu, como sou jurista, gostaria de saber quais são as consequências ao não cumprimento das resoluções deste órgão, quais são as consequências para os Estados-membros. Gostaria de ter esta resposta através dos vários presidentes que aqui puderam apresentar. E, em segundo lugar, e eu percebi muito bem a intervenção de Sua Excelência, Presidente de Angola, meus irmãos que falamos a mesma língua, dizia ele que Angola é campeão, através do seu presidente, da reconciliação e paz. Mas nós temos já assistido várias vezes na televisão ou nas redes sociais a repressão dos manifestantes. Agora, queria perceber qual é a relação aqui objetiva entre ser campeão na reconciliação e paz e em relação à repressão dos cidadãos nacionais. Porque nós não podemos criar uma reconciliação fora quando dentro do nosso território não temos essa reconciliação. Recordo-me que lá em Moçambique, já não sei o nome, um cidadão moçambicano fugiu de Angola por razões políticas, foi perseguido quando estava em Maputo. Então, eu penso que aqui o parlamento tem a sua parte para contribuir para que isso não aconteça em nome da reconciliação. Eu penso que isso é muito importante. Outra questão também queria colocar, aqui se falou sobre a questão situação climática, não só acontece em Moçambique, na África do Sul, no Zimbábue, no Botsuana, em todos os países da região. Gostaria de saber qual é a estratégia, nós como parlamentares, e eu estou aqui como membro há um dia, posso não ter muita precisão daquilo que se discute aqui. Qual é a estratégia parlamentar para que, de facto, possamos defender os nossos recursos? Porque esta questão da situação climática também tem a ver com a destruição das nossas florestas. E essas florestas são destruídas por empresas estrangeiras. E nós, às vezes, apoiamos essas empresas. Qual é a estratégia da SADC para resolver esta situação para o bem-estar de todos os povos desta região? E outra questão, então, também não menos importante, se me permitir, Excelência, nós falamos aqui da área das tecnologias. As nossas crianças, os nossos alunos, no caso concreto de Moçambique, nós não, nem na universidade não temos estudantes cada um com computador. Então, penso que talvez poderia aqui, como Assembleia, poder dar a sua contribuição, de modo que os governos possam efetivamente fazer alguma coisa em relação a esta área. E outro aspecto, talvez, possa ser o último aspecto que aqui vou dizer. Olha, eu, durante esses 3 dias estou aqui, falamos muito de apoio internacional, dos doadores, mas gostaria de saber o que nós, como parlamentares da SADC, podemos fazer para que os nossos países não dependam só dos doadores, mas com a nossa riqueza, o nosso ouro, o nosso petróleo, o nosso gás, a nossa madeira, seja útil para o desenvolvimento. E eu vou dar exemplo do meu país. As empresas internacionais que exploram essas matérias-primas pagam ao Estado moçambicano entre 0% a 10%. E a maior parte do orçamento vai para essas empresas. Mas estive há pouco tempo no Brasil e encontrei que o Estado brasileiro consegue obter dos lucros 60%. O que nós podemos fazer como parlamentares para influenciar os nossos governos que tomem melhores decisões para que a África, em particular a África Austral, não dependa dos doadores, mas que os doadores possam depender de nós? Porque nós temos a terra rica, temos a riqueza, então ao negociarmos os contratos, podemos influenciar os nossos governos, de modo que tome a posição de Estado, não tomar a posição daquele que só quer ser ajudado por um dia. Essas são as questões que eu queria ver com a permissão do Sr. Presidente, que acho que são cruciais. A África não pode continuar a ser chamado um continente pobre, ou seja, a África Austral tem recursos suficientes para se firmar como uma potência regional.
Honorable,
Thank you. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Obrigado.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres participants qui veulent poser des questions? Nous sommes encore dans les questions et remarques, observations. OK, je vous donne maintenant à l'honorable speaker of Angola la parole.
Senhor Presidente, eu quando pedi a palavra, ainda não deu? Ainda não deu?
Oui, on vous donne la parole, honorable speaker.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Quando o Sr. Presidente me tinha dado a palavra, eu estava fora da sala a dar uma entrevista à televisão do Zimbábue e, por isso, não estava na sala. Eu quis falar, na altura, sobre a questão colocada pela nossa colega sobre a retirada da ajuda para os programas para a saúde, que afetaram muito o combate às epidemias, a vacinação, a infraestruturas sanitárias e a formação dos principais profissionais de saúde. nós notamos uma redução no financiamento dos programas essenciais, sobretudo HIV-Sida, da malária, da tuberculose e da saúde materno-infantil, o que é muito preocupante em relação ao futuro da nossa juventude e o apoio às populações que são vítimas dessas doenças. Nós perdemos também recursos de capacitação, porque essa ajuda permitia o training e a formação de pessoal capacitado para atender essas dificuldades. As campanhas de serviço de saúde pública também sofreram com isso, porque as vacinações, o tratamento do saneamento, sentimos dificuldades em relação a isso. É verdade que nós somos, sobretudo na África Austral, somos países com recursos, como disse o nosso colega de Moçambique, mas nem todos os recursos estão a ser devidamente explorados devido à falta de capacitação e temos que recorrer muitas vezes ao know-how estrangeiro. E também na nossa região nós sabemos e não podemos esquecer que há países como a RDC, que está aqui presente, que são vítimas de conflitos armados e que esses recursos não podem ser devidamente utilizados para a capacitação do pessoal de saúde e para o melhoramento da saúde das populações. Isso tudo vai chamar a atenção em relação ao fator guerra, ao fator violência, que perturba muitas vezes a estabilidade social e a resposta rápida e adequada que nós podemos ter. Nós temos sim, a Angola tem refletido sobre as alternativas que os nossos países prejudicados por essas medidas podem tomar, e eu gostaria de dizer algumas dessas alternativas que nós identificamos. Diversificar as fontes de financiamento. Se os Estados Unidos deixam de financiar esses programas, podemos recorrer a outros financiamentos e procurar na China, na Europa, com fundações privadas e empresas que possam fortalecer as parcerias com as nossas instituições. Também existem ONGs internacionais independentes que também podem ajudar nesse processo de mitigação das causas e dos efeitos da falta de fundos para atender essa situação. E atrair investimentos sociais de empresas com responsabilidade social corporativa. Em todos os nossos países, nós temos empresas de grande dimensão que tiram muitos lucros do tipo de trabalho que realizam nas nossas localidades, então nós também temos que negociar com eles responsabilidade social. Nós temos isso em Angola, na zona da exploração de diamantes, da exploração de petróleo, de grandes empresas agrícolas. Nós temos trabalhado para que haja pactos de responsabilidade social, para que parte dos lucros deles possam ser doados para o melhoramento da saúde e da educação das nossas crianças. E também devemos reforçar as nossas parcerias regionais com a União Africana, com o Mercosul, etc. São algumas ideias que nós pensamos que podemos refletir para também aumentar o orçamento nacional para a saúde nos nossos orçamentos de cada um dos nossos países, criar fundos de emergência voltados para a saúde pública, combater a corrupção, é verdade, temos que combater a corrupção e melhorar a eficiência do gasto público. Agora, e investir na inovação local. Muitas vezes nós temos que desenvolver fármacos com as nossas ervas, com os nossos produtos naturais que combatem o paludismo e combatem outras doenças, a diarreia, etc. Então temos que desenvolver essas capacitações através do apoio às universidades, aos centros de saúde para a investigação aumentar. Em relação à crítica que o nosso colega fez em relação à falta de democracia em alguns países, não sei se a Presidente se posso responder, porque referiu-se a Angola, é o meu país, e eu acho que é oportuno dizer que a Angola é soberana. Angola é um país soberano, respeita as leis internacionais, os princípios fundamentais da livre circulação de pessoas e bens, da entrada devidamente argumentada em relação ao objetivo das visitas, e não consideramos que Angola atropelou as leis, tanto da SADC como as leis internacionais, porque os fins para os quais ia-se virar o encontro a que fez alusão eram do desconhecimento das autoridades angolanas. E, portanto, eu volto a sublinhar que nós somos um Estado soberano, um Estado alinhado na SADC, aos princípios da SADC, e é nesse sentido que nós tratamos todos que querem entrar no nosso país e visitar o nosso país como bem-vindos, e temos as portas abertas. Muito obrigado.
Merci, honorable Speaker of Angola. Comme il y a plus de questions ou d'observations ou de remarques, maintenant nous allons passer à la série de réponses pour les pays qui ont été concernés par des questions posées par les délégués. L'Angola vient d'apporter sa réponse tout à l'heure, sa précision. Mais il y a Mozambique qui s'est adressé à l'Afrique du Sud tout à l'heure. Je ne sais pas si la délégation de l'Afrique du Sud est prête à répondre par rapport à ce qui a été dit par la délégation venant de Mozambique. Puis tout à l'heure, le Mozambique s'est adressé à l'Angola. L'Angola a déjà pris la parole. Vous voulez encore ajouter quelque chose, Angola?
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Nós gostaríamos de tomar a palavra em jeito de comentário. Eu estou há algum tempo já no Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, depois de alguma interrupção, e regressei aqui a este fórum. E recordo-me que nos tempos idos discutimos muito sobre a barragem do Inga. E naquela altura, mais ou menos, tínhamos já chegado a um acordo. Estiveram aqui autoridades da República Democrática do Congo, da República Sul-Africana, e tomaram-se algumas decisões, digamos assim, porque a barragem do Inga é um colosso. Ela, como está funcionando em pleno, pode fornecer energia à África Austral toda e exportar energia elétrica para outras partes do nosso continente e fora do nosso continente. Ela está vocacionada para isso. E naquela altura levantava-se o problema de uma disfunção entre o governo e o Parlamento da República Democrática do Congo. Creio que neste momento temos condições para ultrapassar isso e que, portanto, acho que o nosso fórum pode e deve, de alguma forma, influenciar, pressionar no sentido de a barragem do Inga possa estar ao serviço da região. A segunda questão, Sr. Presidente, creio que somos todos conscientes de que paz significa desenvolvimento. Paz significa progresso. E eu quero levantar aqui um problema ao abrigo do artigo 6º, a linha C, capítulo 3º da Constituição do nosso fórum, relativamente àquilo que se está a passar no leste da República Democrática do Congo. Pouco nós falamos sobre isso. Julgo que nós, enquanto membros dessa organização, devemos efetivamente abordar esse aspecto. Não apenas nos nossos comunicados na parte final, sem haver nenhuma abordagem do assunto e, à la minuta, passo a expressão, colocarmos, com o devido respeito, colocarmos que debruçamos ou mostramos preocupação que se está a viver no leste da República Democrática do Congo. aquele conflito que parece estar ali localizado, ali encravado, e no segundo, pode salpicar para outras regiões, se não formos capazes de tomarmos medidas coletivas nesse sentido. E a nossa Constituição permite que tenhamos esta atitude, este comportamento. Por último, Sr. Presidente, em jeito de repisar aquilo que a minha Presidente disse, é que nós andamos nisso há bastante tempo, há bastantes anos. E uma das coisas que a gente aprendeu é que uma mentira dita várias vezes torna-se uma verdade. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Merci, honorable. Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'honorable présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you very much, Honorable President and Honorable Speakers. Indeed, I would like to appreciate the comments that has been made by Mozambique on the role of South Africa, but as we all know, that South Africa, as a member of the region, has been working within the regional instruments, and as such, the success that has been reached really owes it to SADC. And the matters that relate to continued peace is being one of those matters that are dealt with by the Troika. And I'm sure as those matters continue, we will be appraised, obviously, through our ministers, as well as the heads of state and summit, who will be seized with such matters. Mr. President, I also want to support the statement made by our Dean, Honorable Mdenda, on the matter of Inga, that it has really been on the agenda for a long time, a matter of interest for the entirety of the region, that if we can resolve whatever challenges that may be there to make sure that that regional project becomes a success, because its impact goes beyond not just on the issues of energy, but also issues of agricultural development and social improvement for our region. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Merci, honorable présidente. Maintenant, je donne la parole à l'honorable présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum. Começo por saudar a realização deste fórum, que constitui uma belíssima oportunidade para que todos nós possamos refletir em relação aos nossos países, os países membros da SADC, e, sobretudo, uma oportunidade para que possamos construir um pensamento coletivo para o bem de cada um dos nossos países, para o bem da nossa região e porque somos africanos, para o bem da nossa África, de modo a alcançarmos os objetivos que todos nós almejamos. Como Moçambique, reconhecemos que este fórum é importante mesmo para aprimorar as nossas reflexões, onde juntos cada um de nós pode encontrar nesta plataforma um fórum para expressar os vários desafios que enfrenta, partilhar vitórias, glórias, mas, sobretudo, também partilhar questões que constituem constrangimento nos nossos países, para que possamos ter o apoio necessário da irmanidade que aqui reside. Excelência, gostava de deixar aqui patente, porque Vossa Excelência referenciou que é uma questão colocada por Moçambique, quando um colega nosso abordou algumas questões, para que ficasse claro que é uma posição de um deputado, e como Vossa Excelência sabe e testemunhou, tomou posse hoje e com as dúvidas todas que tem sobre o funcionamento deste órgão. Gostava de realçar que é uma posição ou dúvidas individuais e que essas dúvidas não sejam tidas como coletivas ou de um país. Gostava também de partilhar que Moçambique é um Estado de Direito Democrático. E sendo o Estado de Direito Democrático, tem premente o império da lei. E partilhamos, como foi muito bem dito na apresentação do nosso relatório, que infelizmente o país vivenciou no período pós-eleitoral alguns momentos de desagrado, mas porque estamos neste fórum, gostávamos de sossegar ao fórum, aos países irmãos, que dentro do espírito do diálogo que nos caracteriza, nós abraçamos o diálogo, e é por isso que a Assembleia da República, já na sessão que encerrou na sexta-feira, aprovou uma importante lei de diálogo nacional, mesmo como consequência do legado de um consenso que o nosso presidente alcançou com os vários líderes da oposição, com as diversas forças vivas da nossa sociedade, porque temos premente que só com a paz, com o diálogo, é que poderemos alcançar os objetivos que almejamos de desenvolvimento e de construção de uma nação próspera. É nesses termos que gostaríamos de reiterar a nossa convicção com a paz, com o diálogo, e, sobretudo, porque é premente e temos certeza de que este caminho do diálogo é o caminho que poderá nos levar para alcançarmos o objetivo do bem-estar que desejamos, não só para Moçambique, mas para todos os países da região e da África. Muito obrigado, senhor presidente.
Merci, honorable président. Est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres délégués qui veulent prendre la parole? Oui, honorable vice-président de la République, du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président. Merci pour toute l'attention de cette plénière à focaliser sur la situation particulière qui prévaut en RDC. Ici, je voulais juste donner quelques apportations sur les questions relatives au projet INGA. Il faut noter que INGA, c'est une vaste ambition qui permet d'ériger dans la région ouest, sud de la République démocratique du Congo, à peu près 8 barrages. Ce qui est vrai, comme on a dit, les évaluations techniques affirment qu'il est possible d'alimenter toute l'Afrique et même d'aller au-delà. Et que ce projet intégrateur a aussi cet avantage qui peut permettre de créer énormément d'emplois dans la région et ailleurs. Ce qui se passe ici, c'est que les 2 premières étapes du barrage avaient été réalisées, destinées essentiellement à la consommation intérieure, et que maintenant il s'agit d'un projet à amorcer, INGA 3, c'est le grand projet, et qui a été envisagé depuis les années 80. Il y a, c'est vrai, ce déficit, un problème de financement qui puisse soutenir le projet. Il aurait été souhaitable que ce projet soit un projet purement africain, que nous l'approprions nous-mêmes. Et là, nous comptons essentiellement sur des partenaires extra-continentaux. C'est dans ce cadre précis que seulement il y a 2 jours que de longues négociations avec la Banque mondiale tentent d'évoluer parce que elle a pu disponibiliser 250 millions de dollars pour la phase d'études sur les 1 milliard de dollars qui requérait cette phase. Il est essentiel de noter que beaucoup d'hésitations, même de pays africains, d'investir dans ce projet sont essentiellement liées à cette problématique de la guerre à l'est du pays, parce qu'il est tout à fait logique qu'un investisseur sérieux ne viendrait pas déployer ses fonds là où ça brûle chaque jour. Et que cette guerre, comme on l'a noté ici, est une résultante d'un très grand mensonge que malheureusement la région et le monde ont consommé pendant 30 ans. 30 ans, c'est de 30 ans de souffrance atroce des jeunes, des enfants, des femmes, de 30 ans d'assassinat, de morts. Mais ce que l'on ne dit pas trop aussi, c'est que c'est 30 ans pendant lesquels la région est de la RDC échappe totalement sur le plan surtout de recettes minières qu'elle recèle au budget de l'État. Et c'est exactement la cause de l'actuelle guerre, parce que avec l'arrivée du président Tshisekedi au pouvoir, il a insisté que les minéraux de l'Est du pays servent enfin à renflouer les caisses de l'État, parce que pendant les 18 ans passés, il faut le dire, nous n'avons pas vu émerger au budget de l'État la moindre recette des minéraux de l'Est du Congo, cette zone très riche du reste. Comme pour dire ici que les revenus de ces minéraux étaient étroitement dirigés vers le Rwanda. Et que lorsque le président Tshisekedi est arrivé, il a fait des propositions courageuses, notamment au Rwanda, qui avait déjà construit des usines de raffinerie avec l'aide du Qatar, des propositions tendant à collaborer pour créer des chaînes de valeur. Parce que le souci était qu'en même temps que ces minéraux sont au Congo, il n'y en a pas au Rwanda, et qu'on les commercialise par la première transformation qui intervenait au Rwanda, que chacun peut trouver des avantages et satisfaire des besoins de son économie. C'est ça qui n'est pas passé auprès des dirigeants rwandais. Il faut noter que, contrairement à ce qu'on nous a présenté longtemps, le Rwanda, c'est un pays sous anesthésie de la communauté internationale qui ne vit que des aides internationales, mais aussi du pillage des recettes en RDC. C'est une situation qui ne doit pas continuer, parce que chaque jour que nous venons ici, nous travaillons pour l'intégration de la région. L'intégration de la région suppose principalement que nous devons faciliter la circulation des personnes et des biens, la mobilité de recettes, mais aussi l'éclosion du développement pour toute la région de la SADC. Comment est-ce que demain nous serons tentés d'ouvrir les frontières avec un pays déchiré par les guerres sans qu'il y ait contagion pour les autres? Il est donc difficile de continuer de progresser sur cet élan-là et que le projet Yunga en dépendra forcément. Nous, la RDC, il faut noter que nous sommes très conscients des efforts que tous nos États membres de la SADC ont consentis. Les enfants de la SADC ont perdu leur vie au Congo parce que, cherchant à aider le Congo à soutenir les populations congolaises, on a perdu des jeunes sud-africains courageux qui sont allés se battre pour la démocratie et la justice au Congo. Nous ne pouvons qu'avoir une pensée pieuse pour eux, et cela nécessite que l'effort ici continue. Nous ne pouvons pas continuer de donner des exemples honteux qui font qu'un pays organise des élections démocratiques qui sont saluées par tout le monde et qu'un groupe d'individus se retire, prennent les armes avec l'aide d'un pays étranger pour tenter de menacer les institutions démocratiques. Si nous prenons ça pour modèle et que nos pays respectifs vont continuer de recevoir 2 personnes qui organisent et planifient des rébellions à partir de leur territoire, c'est un piège que nous nous tendons collectivement. Voici que c'est une région où on a à côté l'Angola qui a perdu 27 ans inutilement dans des guerres sans raison, et que l'Angola tente de se relever. Ça retombe sur le Burundi tente de se relever, c'est le Mozambique, c'est la RDC. Ça signifie que c'est une situation qui peut toucher chacun d'entre nous, et je crois qu'il faut qu'on en prenne absolument conscience. Nous avons foi en des discussions actuellement en cours, des efforts diplomatiques que nous menons tous, des efforts diplomatiques que l'Angola a menés, que la région SADC a menés, des efforts diplomatiques continuent avec les États-Unis, avec le Qatar. Mais j'imagine que la région doit se tenir prête à accompagner des efforts d'une pacification courageuse de cette région afin qu'on puisse penser au développement. Il y a une autre rhétorique qu'on vous répète ici de la gouvernance. Ces gens qui prennent les armes au Congo, parfois ça ne vous a pas plu lorsque le président Tshisekedi a désigné l'ancien président Kabila comme instigateur de cette guerre. Mais les gens qui prennent les armes au Congo vous disent parfois qu'il y a des formes de gouvernance au Congo. Le président Tshisekedi a trouvé un budget de 3 milliards pour ce pays-là. Et en une année, il a amené ce pays à un budget de 19 milliards de dollars. Et des projets sérieux très importants ont été entrepris. Les enfants ont repris l'école. Les routes sont en construction dans un pays totalement en déliquescence pendant plusieurs années. Et c'est ça qui les intéresse aujourd'hui à venir vous présenter le tableau sombre d'un pays pourtant qui se relève d'une catastrophe vécue depuis 30 ans. Que cela devrait être compris. Vous permettrez que chaque fois que nous vous rencontrons ici, que nous vous rappelions qu'il y a cette situation, qu'il y a des mensonges, qu'il n'y a pas de discrimination contre la communauté Tutsi au Congo. Je vous ai rappelé ici que le plus grand ministère, le ministère le plus prestigieux de notre gouvernement, c'est le ministère des Infrastructures. Il est actuellement dirigé par un citoyen Tutsi qui ne vit aucune discrimination. Dans notre armée, les généraux, dans notre police et dans tous les services, y compris au cabinet du chef de l'État, cette communauté est totalement à l'aise et qu'il n'y a aucune raison qu'un pays étranger vienne justifier des incursions à répétition autour des mensonges ridicules de pouvoir protéger une population pourtant que nous avons intégrée comme population congolaise. Donc, c'est ça que nous pouvons vous recommander. Et le projet INGA, je crois que chacun de nous ici doit le porter comme notre projet, comme le projet de l'Afrique, comme le projet de l'Afrique australe, donc le projet de la SADC. L'électricité à produire par INGA n'est pas destinée à satisfaire les besoins du Congo. Il y a d'autres petits barrages en construction aujourd'hui qui vont d'ici 3 ans couvrir à 100% les besoins internes de la République démocratique du Congo. Mais nous avons là un projet pour l'Afrique entière. On devrait le porter comme notre propre projet, comme le projet de l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup, honorable président.
Merci, honorable vice-président du Parlement de la République du Congo. Donc, pour en finir avec la discussion sur la situation qui prévaut à la République du Congo, puisque tout à l'heure, la délégation d'Angola a suggéré qu'il faut que le forum parlementaire de la SADC prenne position par rapport à ce qui se passe au Congo. C'est ce que la délégation angolaise a dit tout à l'heure. Et quel est notre avis par rapport à ça? Est-ce qu'il y a des suggestions venant de vous par rapport à ça? Est-ce que nous pourrions prendre position maintenant ou analyser, étudier les sujets en profondeur et puis après peut-être faire une déclaration ou communiquer, je ne sais pas. C'est à nous de voir. Moi, je vous pose la question, est-ce que vous avez des idées là-dessus? Je vous donne la parole, honorable Mutenda, président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the response from the DRC first. Speaker, who has indicated that there is some faith in the diplomatic maneuvers which were started by SADC, extraordinary meetings twice under the chairmanship of President Mnangagwa, and thereafter we had the joint meeting with the East African community, which came up with a resolution that the only way to solve the DRC problem is through accelerated diplomacy. And SADC-PF, I think, should attest to that approach in affirmation of the efforts that have been taken by SADC and the East African community, and now the involvement of Qatar and the United States. And we have to affirm those efforts, and God willing, we should have some peaceful resolution so that this 30-year war comes to the end. DRC needs peace and security for its development in an inclusive manner that will obviously require a lot of reconstruction in the eastern DRC. So as SADC-PF, I think we can affirm the diplomatic efforts that are being undertaken by the countries that I have mentioned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe. Est-ce que tout le monde a de même avis de ce que vient de dire l'honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe? Ou bien cela veut dire que c'est à l'unanime. OK, qu'est-ce que nous allons, comment nous allons procéder alors? Est-ce qu'on va faire un communiqué ou bien quelle est votre suggestion? Les autos?
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought that what the host speaker, Honorable Nzudamelimo Mudenda, summarized this matter in the best possible way on behalf of the SADC-PF. It was the best possible way that it can be summarized. And he could almost draft those words into the communique. That is exactly how it should be in the communique. We affirm the efforts that have been done jointly by SADC and the East African community. That is how it should go into the communique. I so submit.
Merci, honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de Lesotho. Moi, j'aimerais soulever une autre question, puisque dans le pays de la SADC, il y a le FP-SADC, et il y a d'autres structures qui regroupent les chefs d'État. Il doit y avoir, c'est à mon avis, il doit y avoir une cohérence entre la décision du FP-SADC et celle de la structure qui regroupe les chefs d'État. Est-ce que nous devions prendre en compte la position de la SADC qui regroupe les chefs d'État avant de se décider de quoi que ce soit, ou bien tout de suite nous pouvons faire un communiqué comme quoi on va soutenir l'initiative faites par les Américains et les Qatar, comme l'honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale du Zimbabwe l'a bien suggéré tout à l'heure. Ça, c'est ma question. Et comment voyez-vous cela? Ou bien nous sommes autonomes, on peut se décider en tant que forum sans tenir compte ou bien sans... Oui, monsieur le vice-président.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président. Je sais que les avantages que nous avons souvent vantés de la diplomatie parlementaire, c'est aussi son caractère révolutionnaire qui représente directement les aspirations de nos populations. Je vais noter que pour cette crise, pour que le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies arrive à adopter une résolution, c'est parti essentiellement de prise de position des députés européens, des députés belges, des députés européens, qui ont soulevé des préoccupations majeures et insisté que les États, non seulement européens, mais d'autres États membres du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies puissent prendre le courage de dénommer cette guerre et de faire des recommandations courageuses. Nous n'avons pas ici l'intention d'aller à l'encontre des intentions de nos leaders, les chefs d'État. Encore qu'ils n'ont rien dit de contradictoire à ce qui est proposé par le nouveau président de l'Assemblée nationale du Zimbabwe. C'est que lors de leur dernier sommet, ils se sont ralliés sur la résolution du Conseil de sécurité. En fait, qui demande aux États étrangers qui ont des troupes en RDC de les retirer, qui soutient, entre autres, les schémas diplomatiques mis en place ce jour et qui encourage toutes les initiatives de paix tout en privilégiant, bien évidemment, les solutions africaines à cette crise. Et ce qui est bien fait, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes tous ici membres des Nations Unies et je pense que dans la hiérarchie de valeurs au plan international, conformément à l'article 103 de la Charte des Nations Unies, les décisions des Nations Unies ont prééminence de tout ce que nous pouvons faire, parce qu'elles sont supposées être la reconnaissance internationale de la dimension de cette crise. Je ne pense pas qu'il y ait contradiction. Je soutiens effectivement l'idée d'un communiqué qui continue de condamner la présence de troupes étrangères, qui insistent sur le respect des droits humains, de la résolution du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies, mais aussi des recommandations des chefs d'État de la SADC et de l'EAC, parce que tout cela converge. Nous n'avons aucune raison ici de contredire nos leaders de la SADC, plus précisément nos chefs d'État. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, honorable vice-président. J'ai vu l'Afrique du Sud qui souhaite prendre la parole. Je vous donne la parole, honorable speaker.
Thank you, President and honorable speakers. I thought the proposal by the Speaker of Zimbabwe was really an affirmation by this body on the peace initiative to support, the peace process that, process was already initiated by our heads of state. So I didn't see any contradiction. And the way Speaker of Lesotho also said, in the way he crafted it, actually is very neutral in my view, affirming that all of us want peace in the DRC. Thank you.
OK. Bon, je voudrais juste m'assurer qu'il y a faut qu'il y ait une cohérence entre ce que nous allons décider et ce qui se passe au niveau des chefs d'État. Donc maintenant, comme on vient de le décider, on va faire un communiqué par rapport à ce qu'a expliqué l'honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de Mozambique. Donc c'est d'accord, on va faire un communiqué au nom du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. C'est OK. Donc, voilà. Donc, on va clore. Pardon? Oui. On va clore ce chapitre. Maintenant, il y a encore d'autres points très importants qui ont été évoqués par l'honorable président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe en ce qui concerne la signature des protocoles. Il a parlé des protocoles tout à l'heure par rapport à la transformation du forum en parlement régional. Comment nous allons procéder? On va écrire une lettre à tous les pays membres pour rappeler qu'il faut signer ces protocoles avec un délai qu'il faut préciser dans cette lettre. Comment voyez-vous cette proposition, cette suggestion? Oui, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not sign the protocol. The stage at which the protocol is now is in draft form. Every member state of SADC through the executive have that copy. Now, the process that needs urgent engagement now is for our parliaments to have an urgent conversation with our executives, especially those who have not done so, to look at the proposed protocol and make comments as to the nature, what that country feels should be the final nature of the protocol. Once that is done, the ministers of foreign affairs, working with the SADC executive secretary, will then take into account those comments from the various countries, summarize them, and come up with a polished protocol to be ready for signature at the next summit. Now, if that process is not done before the end of June, that means the possibility of having signatures in the August summit, SADC summit in Madagascar, will be in the negative. Thank you, Mr. President.
OK, merci pour la précision, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe. Donc, nous allons faire une lettre à tous les pays membres évoquant les commentaires qu'ils devront faire par rapport à ces protocoles. Et la date butoir, c'était fin juin. Vous avez proposé le fin juin? Oui, OK. Donc, j'invite le secrétariat à prendre note de tout ça. Maintenant, d'autres points, c'était la conséquence de la recommandation. Moi, je n'ai pas bien compris. Tout à l'heure, le Mozambique a parlé. Quelle est la conséquence de la recommandation? Vous pouvez préciser un peu, c'était quoi la question? Les députés qui viennent de Mozambique, il a parlé tout à l'heure de la conséquence de la recommandation, mais je n'ai pas bien compris. Il s'agit de quelle recommandation? Ça concernait le protocole ou... Oui, je vous redonne la parole, c'est l'honorable député. Juste pour cette question-là.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, presidente deste fórum parlamentar, com todo o protocolo observado. O que procurei saber, como dizia o meu vice-presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique. Eu sou novo neste parlamento, hoje é o primeiro dia que fui empossado, mas eu queria perceber quais são as consequências de não cumprimento das decisões deste órgão. Isso eu queria perceber. E lancei essa pergunta tanto para a mesa como para os mais experientes presidentes que estão aqui de vários parlamentos. Qual é a consequência? Porque uma decisão de um órgão só produz efeitos eficazes quando tem consequência para aquele que não puder o cumprir. Eu queria ter o esclarecimento. Qual é a consequência se uma decisão tomada por vocês não for cumprida? Isso eu queria perceber e a partir daí poder também estudar como fazer para o futuro. Mas queria primeiro perceber qual é a consequência de não cumprimento das decisões deste órgão pelos Estados. Queria só ter essa explicação. Por favor, Sua Excelência Presidente. Essa é a minha questão. Obrigado.
Ok, merci pour la précision, honorable député. Moi, je laisse les soins à notre doyen d'y répondre. Honorable Odenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to Rule 6, subsection 3 of the SADC-PF Rules of Procedure, resolutions adopted by the Plenary Assembly are to be submitted to the SADC Secretariat and the relevant national ministries through the national parliaments. This process underscores the advisory role of the forum, aiming to influence policy and legislative reforms at the national level. The forum's constitution emphasizes its objectives, such as advocating for the harmonization and the implementation of the SADC protocols and treaties at national level. However, it does not stipulate enforcement mechanisms for non-compliance with its resolutions. In this regard, the honorable member is referred to Chapter 3 of the Constitution of SADC-PF, Article 6. Having taken an oath of office to say you shall comply with the Constitution of SADC-PF. Therefore, the consequence is that when you don't subscribe and implement, then you are out of order. You are unconstitutional. You are against your oath, which you have taken, like those who took the oath today. Thank you.
Merci, honorable président, pour cette précision. Voilà. Maintenant, nous allons passer à l'adoption des rapports de chaque pays qui a été fait ce matin. Et j'invite, attendez, je propose que les rapports pays soient adoptés. Y a-t-il encore des objections ou pas? Si vous n'avez plus d'objections, tout en tenant compte des remarques qui ont été approuvées tout à l'heure, est-ce que nous approuvons les rapports pays qui ont été présentés ce matin? Ok, merci. Donc, les rapports sont adoptés. Maintenant, j'invite la secrétaire générale à procéder à la lecture des deuxièmes points inscrits sur l'ordre du jour.
Motion on the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters.
Oui, avis d'émotion pour l'adoption du rapport du comité exécutif sur les questions politiques et administratives par l'honorable Sylvia Elisabeth Lucas, vice-présidente du Forum.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I stand on the protocol that has already been established, and I'm tabling the report of the Executive Committee on General SADC-PF Policy and Administrative Matters to the 57th Plenary Assembly. Okay, thank you. So I will do it at the end. Okay. Honorable President, I move the report in my name. If you agree, thank you. So that's how we are waiting.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
Aye. Donc, la motion est adoptée.
No. The mover now can proceed to present the motion.
OK, d'accord, oui, d'accord. Vous pouvez faire la présentation maintenant.
So we learn every day. So, members of the House, we will table the report now of the Executive Committee on the General SADC-PF Policy and Administrative Matters to this 57th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, consisting of the following. And I start with my introduction and the matters for noting by the Plenary Assembly. The first matter is a submission of country reports on the impact of tariffs and counter-tariffs in the face of the evolving world economic outlook. Ripple effects of peace and security transgressions worldwide, influencing diplomatic ties near the SADC region. Approval of the theme for the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC-PF. Staffing update and performance strategies and progress made on donor-supported projects implemented by the Forum. Matters for approval by the Plenary Assembly is the establishment of the Audit and Risk Committee and its membership, the approval of the terms of reference for the Resource Mobilization Committee, the approval of final lobby initiatives and other actions to pursue for the SADC Parliamentary Forum transformation into a regional parliament. Appreciating progress made in disseminating the SADC model law on gender-based violence and facilitating the participation of chairperson of the National Women Parliamentary Caucuses at annual CSW sessions. Consolidating SADC interests at the international level, promoting strategic engagement with the youth, engagement of committees on the SADC model law on prison oversight, and finalization of a dashboard on the SADC model law on child marriages. Promoting parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation. That is the final point. The Executive Committee, as the Management Board of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, met on 30th April 2025 in Windhoek, Namibia. This meeting of EXCO was preceded by an inaugural session held from the 28th to the 29th of April 2025, which served to induct members of EXCO on the statutory functions and the mandate of the Forum in line with the SADC-PF strategic plan, which is from 2024 to 2028. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the current report of EXCO to the 57th Plenary is made pursuant to the management and administrative functions of EXCO under Article 12(9) of the SADC-PF Constitution. The 57th Plenary Assembly is required to note the following issues which were processed by the Executive Committee. The submission of country reports on the impact of tariffs and counter-tariffs in the face of the evolving world economic outlook. EXCO considered reports, including that of the World Economic Outlook of January 2025, published by the International Monetary Fund, and took note of the global turmoil in trade due to the imposition of tariffs and counter-tariffs by the world's prominent trading partners, which will undeniably have ricocheting effects on the African continent. EXCO further took note that the SADC region depends on commodities and raw materials from the main trading partners worldwide, and it will be indirectly influenced by the commercial conflict. In this respect, EXCO approved that country reports be submitted to the Plenary Assembly on the impact of abrupt tariffs on the local economy, including on inflation, purchasing power, and economic growth, so that the Plenary Assembly can take stock of the matter and propose remedial measures, and further that the TIFI committee be tasked to monitor these global developments and propose parliamentary actions for the Plenary Assembly's attention. The recommendation hereof. The 57th Plenary Assembly is requested to note the above initiative, which will go a long way in keeping the Assembly abreast of trade difficulties faced by SADC nations. The Plenary Assembly is further required to note that the first reports will be tabled as part of country reports commencing with the 58th Plenary Assembly session. On the issue of ripple effects of peace and security transgressions worldwide influencing diplomatic ties near the SADC region, the Executive Committee took note of peace and security concerns worldwide, which tend to create divisive factions across the African continent, with countries increasingly requested to take sides, for instance, in the Israel-Palestine conflict, the Ukraine-Russia war, or the tariff war waged between trading partners. EXCO recalled that at the recent assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU 150, held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan from the 5th to the 8th April 2025, the Arab bloc deliberately sought to collaborate with the Africa Geopolitical Group on an emergency item relating to ending armed conflicts. However, due to division of votes and lack of unanimous consent, the emergency item did not succeed. In addition, EXCO took note that near the SADC borders, the Republic of Maldives had, on the 16th of April 2025, announced a travel ban on Israeli nationals as a means to side with the Palestinian people, hence reiterating the diplomatic divides which can exist between states in the face of international conflicts. The recommendation in this regard is that the Plenary Assembly is requested to encourage SADC nations to embrace healthy intra-SADC diplomatic ties in view of the value proposition for an investment case for parliaments and the forum to build capacity of MPs on peace building and conflict resolution. Parliament being widely known as the temple of democracy and a custodian of fair governance processes. Approval of the theme for the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC-PF in view of the fast pace at which artificial intelligence is gaining terrain in the realm of social and economic affairs, EXCO approved the theme, and I quote, harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region, experiences, challenges, and opportunities, close quote, for the 57th Plenary Assembly session. The recommendation that the Plenary Assembly is requested to note EXCO's contributions in appropriately coordinating the affairs of the Plenary Assembly, including the choice of the main theme for deliberations. The successful symposium of the past 2 days bears testimony to the relevance of the theme to advance parliamentarians. On the staffing update and performance strategies, EXCO took note that the Secretariat has continued to face staffing shortages, especially to support its programs and committee system. In this regard, EXCO reiterated the flexibility bequeathed to the Secretary General to reallocate staff by mutual consent and to strengthen the solicitation of seconded staff from national parliaments in order to fill vacant positions which cannot be filled due to financial constraint. Further, concerning staff capacity, EXCO noted that the full-time monitoring and evaluation officer will be recruited under the SRHR project to evaluate and appropriately report on the project results framework. Following the departure of Ms. Rachel Mundilo, Program Manager of the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action Portfolio, effective the 31st May 2025, EXCO approved that both the M&E officer and the new program manager responsible for the FANRCA, that is the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resource and Climate Action, and the Human Social Development and Special Programs portfolios should be recruited through a fast-track procedure that would allow the new entrant sufficient time to achieve the programmed results anticipated under the SRHR project, which ends on the 31st of October 2026. EXCO further noted that the staff retreat was held from the 24th to the 25th March 2025 in Manong in Botswana to promote self-reflection, awareness, and increase performance efficiency of staff as they engage with the SRHR project 2023 to 2026. The staff retreat was facilitated by staff of the Parliament of South Africa who have specialized knowledge in change management, human resources, and performance strategies. The retreat encouraged staff to work through agile job descriptions, which would allow the organization to exhibit leadership of its legal normative content around the world in view of advancing SRHR and human rights. EXCO also noted that the forum is proceeding with the arbitration relating to the case of Mr. Lovemore Mabuku, ex-office assistant at the forum, and that the arbitration will be held on the 2nd to the 3rd of June 2025 at the Office of the Labour Commissioner of Namibia. EXCO noted that the Secretariat will keep EXCO informed of the outcome of the arbitration, the proceedings of which are confidential by nature. The recommendations. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note the above staff movements and information on staff capacity building initiatives. In addition, the Plenary Assembly is requested to thank the Parliament of South Africa for its contributions in sharing valuable knowledge and expertise during staff trainings. The Plenary Assembly is also requested to support the secondment of staff to strengthen the implementation capacity of the Secretariat. Communication has been sent to the offices of clerks and secretaries general on positions that would further augment the SADC Parliament's capacity, parliamentary forum's capacity. The progress that was made on donor-supported projects implemented by the forum, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note that EXCO took cognizance of the update concerning the SRHR project, which is in the second year of project implementation, in relation to which an annual review meeting was held with Sweden on the 27th February 2025. With the project closing on the 31st October 2026, EXCO impressed that all efforts be put in place for an efficient delivery in accordance with the results framework and for explicit annual narrative reports to be submitted to Sweden by the 31st of November annually. In addition, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the Secretariat is in the process of concluding a grant agreement of 1.4 billion euro. Where is that now? 1.4 million from the Austrian Development Agency, the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and the European Union relating to the 2-year funding of June 2025 to May 2027 of a new project titled Enhancing Accountability and Citizens' Participation in Regional Integration through Regional Parliament. The funding will include experts in monitoring, evaluation, and learning, finance and admin support integrated within the existing corporate and finance department for 24 months. The GIZ project aims at strengthening democratic governance, promoting gender equality, and empowering women in political and decision-making roles within the region. H is catching up with me. And deepening regional integration through enhanced parliamentary engagement. The project's key objectives are to strengthen SADC-PF's capacity to implement its 2024 to 2028 strategic plan and SADC's framework, particularly the RISTP, that is the 2020 to 2030. Recommendation. The plenary assembly is requested to note that both the SRHR project and the GIZ project are parliamentary projects which are grounded in pursuing good governance, accountability, and in advancing human rights, thus indicating clear progress in the implementation of the strat plan of the SADC-PF. The following matters is matters for approval by the plenary assembly. We will start. The 57th plenary assembly is requested to approve the following matters processed by the executive committee: the establishment of the audit and risk committee and its membership. Pursuant to the approval of the 56th plenary assembly, which met in Livingstone, Zambia in December 2024 for the establishment of the audit and risk committee, including its terms of reference in view of improving governance oversight within the institution. In addition to the financial functions already carried out by the Finance Subcommittee, the EXCO took cognizance of the members nominated by Member Parliament to the committee. EXCO also noted that the nominated members process the relevant qualifications and experience as specified in the terms of reference. Recommendations. The plenary assembly is requested to approve that the Audit and Risk Committee pursues its functions in line with the approved terms of reference in view of strengthening good governance within the institution and promoting the zero tolerance policy on anti-corruption. It should be on corruption. The plenary assembly is also invited to validate the following members who have been nominated to serve in the committee for a period of 2 years, from February 25 to February 27, and the members are as follows: Honorable Kalalwe Mukosa from Zambia is the chairperson. Honorable Kenneth Musimane Gape Moimang is the vice chairperson from South Africa. Honorable Diamantine Musokola of Angola. Honorable Faustine Kaziteriko Kenda of DRC, and Honorable Leonard Mwalwanda of Malawi. That is the Audit and Risk Committee. Approval of the terms of reference for the Resource Mobilization Committee. Pursuant to the decision of the 56th Plenary Assembly, which met in Livingstone in December 2024 in Zambia, which called for the establishment of a Resource Mobilization Committee as an ad hoc subcommittee of EXCO. EXCO approved the terms of reference of the committee in view of conferring diverse investment opportunities to philanthropic and other charitable organizations which would want to fund the forum in line with the targets pertaining to democracy and human rights as specified in its strategic plan. EXCO resolved that the committee is to be chaired by the Honorable Dr. Pinky Rosemary Mulela, SADC-PF Treasurer. The full list of the members, which includes 4 honorable speakers, as approved by the 56th Plenary Assembly, is indicated as follows: the Honorable Dr. Pinky Rosemary Mulela from Lesotho, she is the Treasurer. The Honorable Speaker Carolina Cerquera of Angola. The Honorable Speaker Jabulani Mabuza of Eswatini, the Honorable Speaker Angela Tokozile Didiza of South Africa, and the Honorable Speaker Advocate Jacob Francis Nzwida Milimo Mudenda of Zimbabwe. The proposed terms of reference of the committee, as recommended by EXCO, are as follows: to assist the forum in conducting resource mobilization in accordance with the sources of finance outlined in Article 23B to D of the forum's constitution, that is sourced other than annual mandatory contributions from member parliaments. To identify donors, charitable organizations, and other bodies which may make grants to the forum in line with the objectives and targets specified in the forum's strategic plan. To ensure that the forum's initiatives are visible to donors, charitable organizations, and other bodies. to act as emissaries of the forum and canvass for funds with donors, charitable organizations, and other bodies as appropriate, and to report on resource mobilization initiatives to EXCO on a regular basis. The plenary assembly is requested to approve the terms of reference of the Resource Mobilization Committee as recommended by the Executive Committee. Approval of final lobby initiatives and other actions to pursue for the SADC-PF transformation into a regional parliament. This one has been discussed for a long time, but we just want to report on progress. ESCO considered that the Republic of Botswana, under the hand of His Excellency Honorable Duma Gideon Boko, signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament on the 26th of March 2025. EXCO also noted that the Republic of Madagascar is equally informed of its policy approval to sign the agreement in the margins of the 45th SADC Summit in August 2025. In this regard, ESCO recommended that lobby initiatives should continue in order to persuade the Republic of Mauritius to sign the agreement and also to continue advocating for a swift approval of the protocol by the SADC member states. Given that the protocol will come into operation at an unknown date, when a 2/3 majority of member ratifications will be attained, there was also a need to revitalize the structure of the forum and its human resources to upscale and meet the expectation of SADC citizens for the regional parliament as a matter of priority before the cut-off date. EXCO further noted that the Secretariat will need to implement a phased approach to the SADC Parliament in accordance with the approved roadmap, and this entailed meticulous planning and organization. The recommendations is as follows. The plenary assembly is requested to approve that further lobby initiatives be conducted under the leadership of Honorable Advocate Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe, and Chairperson of the SADC-PF Transformation Lobby Group, to engage the Republic of Mauritius to sign the agreement to amend the SADC Treaty. Further, to engage with member countries for the protocol to be signed and ratified in good time. The Secretary General be bestowed with a supportive workforce, and that contracts for staff be reviewed and reset by mutual consent with bespoke job descriptions to fill the prevailing human resource gaps. This exercise should be completed in the next six months. The forum conducts a thorough analysis of the requirements for the phased approach to transformation to be implemented in collaboration with member parliaments in order to prepare the ground for quick progress following the ascension to a SADC regional parliament. The relevant committees of the forum articulate a clear proposal for a new structure anchored in measurable environmental, social, and governance commitments. Appreciating progress made in disseminating the SADC model law on gender-based violence and facilitating the participation of chairpersons of the National Women Parliamentary Caucuses at annual CSW sessions, ESCO took note that the forum, led by Honorable Shelley Raymond, chairperson of the RWPC, that is the Regional Women's Caucus, engaged partners at the 69th Commission on the Status of Women, which was held from the 10th to the 21st March 2025 under the theme of Beijing Plus 30, in view of evaluating the progress made in advancing women and children's rights since the Beijing Declaration. On this occasion, Honorable Lisego Chombo, Minister of Gender and Youth Affairs from the Republic of Botswana, was the guest of honor at a dedicated session on reflecting on progress and forging new pathways to advance women's health rights in the region, and the session represented a unique opportunity for the forum to call for the domestication of the SADC model law on gender-based violence, which responds to the underlying challenges outlined by the Beijing Declaration. The forum also participated at site meetings at the CSW, including on one which explored the linkages between faith dialogue and women empowerment, among others. EXCO also noted the remarkable progress made by the forum in disseminating the model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children already in marriages, and the gender-based violence model law on the international scene. Recommendations. The Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that the Forum continues to participate in successive CSW sessions in view of promoting women empowerment and remaining visible as a leader in normative standards on gender equality. The Plenary Assembly is further requested to urge member parliaments to consider sponsoring the chairpersons of the National Parliamentary Women's Caucuses to participate at the CSW sessions held in March annually in New York, United States of America. Consolidating SADC interests at the international level. EXCO took note that the Forum successfully consolidated SADC interests in the margins of the 150th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, which was held as recently in April in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, under the theme centered on parliamentary action for social development and justice. EXCO noted that the president of the Forum delegated the chairpersonship of the SADC group meeting to Honorable Ditapelo Kiwerapetse, Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana, who graciously coordinated the event and assisted to align the interests of countries from the SADC geopolitical perspective. In this regard, the Plenary Assembly is requested to express its appreciation to Honorable Ditapelo Kiwerapetse, Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana, for his sterling efforts in chairing the SADC group meeting and captaining live issues relevant to the region's best interests. The Forum further engaged on the preparation of emergency items and pressing issues such as the Israel-Palestine, DRC and Sudan conflicts, as well as global warming, and although the items were not passed due to lack of votes, the consideration of same by members reinforced and consolidated SADC interests and underscored the region's priorities. Recommendations. The Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that the Forum continues to consistently hold SADC group meetings in the margins of the IPU Assembly and to continue to budget for the same. In doing so, to note the positive impact of the Forum's contributions to promoting interparliamentary cooperation at international level. Promoting strategic engagement with the youth. EXCO noted that pending the establishment of a committee of youth at the Forum, the SADC-PF have a standing working arrangement with the Southern Africa Youth Parliament to encourage youth involvement and activism in parliamentary affairs in line with the strategic plan of the SADC-PF. In this regard, the Forum continued to trailblaze in elevating the youth of the region to take on higher responsibilities in promoting democratization and human rights. The Forum actively participated at the 3rd Southern African Youth Parliament, which took place from the 24th to 28th of March 2025. In this regard, EXCO noted that several resolutions of the Parliament were made in concert with the Forum, including recommendations for enhanced interaction of the Southern Africa Youth Parliament Standing Committee with the SADC-PF Standing Committees, the implementation of a SADC Civil Leadership Program, which inter alia promotes political literacy, as well as the joint commemoration of International Youth Day. The recommendation is that the Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that the Forum considers the recommendation of the SADC Youth Parliament and to implement them so far as they do not carry major cost implications for the Forum. In doing so, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note the impetus of the Forum in promoting youth development in accordance with its strategic plan. Engagement of committees on the SADC model law on prison oversight. EXCO noted that the joint session of standing committees of the Forum met from the 22nd to the 26th of April in Johannesburg, South Africa, which represented an opportunity for MPs to interact with the legal drafter and other resource persons on the outline of the SADC model law on prison oversight in view of framing a position paper. The Plenary Assembly is requested to note that the consultation with MPs was successfully coordinated and that the model law is poised to become a pivotal legal instrument which can act as a benchmark for the region and build upon other legal texts such as the Nelson Mandela rules and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I just don't want to get lost. That's why. So on the recommendation, the plenary assembly is requested to approve that the SADC model law proceeds to the consultation stage with diverse stakeholder groupings and to be finalized for adoption at the 58th plenary assembly. The finalization of a dashboard on the SADC model law on child marriages, EXCO noted the immense progress made by the forum in finalizing an electronic monitoring and evaluation dashboard to assist in the domestication of the SADC model law on child marriages. Through a regional workshop held in Windhoek from the 8th to the 9th April 2025, the forum engaged with multi-stakeholders from the region and reviewed the operational aspects of the dashboard, which can make comparative real-time analysis of child marriage laws and policies per country, and thus be crucial for policy making, especially for MPs who desire to reform domestic laws in alignment with the SADC model law on child marriage. The plenary assembly is requested to note the above breakthrough, which represent the gold standard in terms of monitoring and evaluation of model laws. The recommendations: the plenary assembly is requested to approve that the dashboard be disseminated to all member parliaments of the forum to further catalyze domestication efforts. In this regard, the plenary assembly is invited to note that the launch is being canvassed to ensure that the dashboard and M&E framework are popularized before rolling out. The plenary assembly is also requested to applaud the technical and financial contributions made by Plan International, Girls Not Bride, HEFOS, Care International, SAT, UNICEF, UNFPA, and the Government of Sweden. Promoting parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation, the plenary assembly is advised that in a crowning moment consistent with the leadership of the Forum's Executive Committee, the EXCO paid a courtesy call on the Honorable Sarah Kugongelwa Amadila, the 8th Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, as well as Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia. This is part of promoting soft parliamentary diplomacy. The courtesy call on the Honorable Speaker served to congratulate the Honorable Speaker for assuming office as the first female speaker since the independence of Namibia, and to welcome Madam Speaker into the SADC Parliamentary Forum's family as the host of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Similarly, the courtesy call on Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, enabled the EXCO to congratulate Her Excellency on a recent election to the highest office in the Republic of Namibia as the first ever female head of state of Namibia. The EXCO hailed Namibia's long-standing initiative of promoting interparliamentary integration, dating back to the days of the founding father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safii Shuna Nujoma, and continuing through the leadership of His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba and the late His Excellency Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. On her part, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah appreciated the need for strong parliamentary leadership and oversight given current and emerging issues affecting the region. Earlier, the EXCO also visited the Heroes Acre, where the President of the SADC-PF, Honorable Justin Tokley, laid wreaths on the tombs of the two former heads of state, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma and His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, interred at the National Shrine. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci, honorable vice-présidente du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, pour votre présentation tout à l'heure. Maintenant, j'invite Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale de Mozambique, honorable Jacob Francis Mudenda, à présenter son discours d'appui. Zimbabwe, je m'excuse.
Mr. President, I'm sure you all noticed that the mover of the motion ended up sweating profusely. I do not want to sweat. Mr. President, the mover has covered a wide spectrum of the executive report. And it will be amiss of me to really repeat what the mover has indicated. Safe to say that it has to be acknowledged that following the resignation of Ms. Rachel Mundilo, Program Manager of the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Portfolio, it was correct for the Secretary General to do some cross-fertilization of skills among the existing staff. And I think we will need to commend the Secretary General for being innovative in that regard. I think she deserves more than that. ESCO has recognized that our secretariat is understaffed, but despite that, the wheels of administration at SADC-PF have been rolling very smoothly. Another issue that has been raised by the mover, which I would like to comment on, is the arbitration regarding Mr. Mabuku. It is our prayer that this arbitration be concluded timelessly, because it is eating into our pace in terms of paying legal fees. The mover has indicated the international geopolitical situation regarding the need for world peace, particularly in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and of course, in our own continent. It is hoped that the recommendations by ESCO in this regard would be adopted accordingly. Of note also is the fact that Sweden, Australia, and the European Union, as well as GIZ, continue to support our programs as SADC-PF. Be that as it may, there is some time lag there. It is important, therefore, that we fill up the gap in terms of financing of our programs. To that extent, it is pleasing that the Executive Committee has agreed to the terms of reference for the Resource Mobilization Committee, and we hope that this plenary will approve those terms of reference so that that committee can start mobilizing resources in order to fill up the financial gaps that we are experiencing now. The other issue is on the establishment of the Audit and Risk Committee. Any organization has to prepare itself for any possible risks. On that score, this committee, therefore, will play a sounding clarion call where it believes that SADC-PF may be going the wrong direction in terms of is corporate governance. Regarding the transformation agenda, it is the hope of the executive committee that Mauritius and Madagascar will sign up for the amendment of the agreement to the SADC treaty to transform SADC-PF into a regional parliament. To that extent, we'll be happy that if this is effected before the 15th of July, at least a month before the August SADC summit to be held in Madagascar in August. Mr. President, as I indicated, I do not want to sweat except to appeal to the plenary to accept all the recommendations that have been put forward by the executive committee. I so submit.
Merci, honorable Mudenda de l'Assemblée nationale de Zimbabwe, cher doyen, pour votre appui. Et je vais maintenant permettre le débat sur les motions. Les membres qui souhaitent débattre les font savoir en levant la main. Mais j'aimerais toujours rappeler qu'au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous prenez la parole. Donc, ceux qui veulent ou souhaitent prendre la parole, qui lèvent les mains. Sinon, nous avançons. Donc, voilà, je mets aux voix l'adoption du rapport du comité exécutif puisqu'il n'y a plus d'observation. Donc, nous allons soumettre cette motion au vote. Y a-t-il des objections? Non? Donc, nous adoptons cette motion. Bravo. OK. Le secrétaire général va procéder à la lecture du troisième point inscrit sur l'ordre du jour.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, normally referred to as the Treasurer's Report.
Proposition d'adoption du rapport du comité exécutif sur les questions financières, rapport du trésorier par les trésoriers, l'honorable Dr Pinky Rosemary Manamwelela. Quelqu'un?
Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters to the 57th plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held at Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, laid on the table of the House this 4th of June. I beg
Yes. OK. Y a-t-il quelqu'un pour appuyer la proposition?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Non, vous attendez.
May I call upon the seconder, please?
I will second the motion, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur le sénateur, honorable sénateur. Maintenant, je donne la parole à la trésorière, honorable docteur Manamwelela. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Mr. President. The report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, also known as the Treasurer's Report, consists of the following. 1, Paper 1, audited financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2024. 2, Paper 2, management accounts for the period 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. Year ended 31st March 2025. And 3, Paper 3, financial reports for donor audit funded projects, specifically for the Sweden-funded SRHR, HIV and AIDS Governance Project, 2023-2026. Paper 1, the report on audited financial statements as at the 31st March 2024. The audited financial statements as at 31st March 2024 were circulated in Appendix 1 to Paper 1. The context of the audited financial statements is provided in the executive summary at Section 1. Highlighted are the notable adjustments made in the accounts to ensure greater account accuracy and alignment with the correct financial positions of the forum. The adjustments include the non-consolidation of SADC-PF main accounts with project accounts, namely SRHR, HIV and AIDS project financial results. This separation of financial results was already considered and approved by the 51st Plenary Assembly in November 2022 and is now being actioned. The reason for the same have been detailed in the report. Another notable adjustment is the apportionment and transfer of retained earnings to the unrestricted reserve fund, detailed in Section 1.2. You may wish to note that the 55th Plenary Assembly approved the use of an amount of 7 million Namibian dollars from accumulated reserves towards the operational expenses for the financial year ending 31st March 2024. The Plenary Assembly at that time was ordered that at the current level of mandatory member contributions, it had become necessary for the forum to fall back on its reserves to cater for its budgetary requirements. The amount was therefore included in the budget for the financial year. In order to operationalize the decision, an amount of 5 million Namibian dollars was transferred from the retained earnings to the unrestricted reserve fund. This amount was deemed to be adequate based on the trend of expenditure. The fund will be reduced as more expenditure over and above. The fund will be reduced as more expenditure and above income earned from member contributions is incurred. It is worth noting that expenditure from the unrestricted reserve fund will be from within the budget approved by the Plenary Assembly. The use of reserves reflects the forum's strategy to ensure financial sustainability and flexibility in funding its recurrent operations and priority activities from internal sources, particularly as other funding sources may be limited. More information regarding the use of the reserves is found at section 6.0 of the report. Section 2 highlights the Executive Committee's responsibilities and requirements for the committee's approval of the audited financial statements. As indicated in the report, the Executive Committee's responsibilities and approval requirements are outlined in great detail in the audited financial statements. The Executive Committee provides assurance that the forum adheres to the requirements of good accounting practice and is responsible for the content and integrity of the annual financial statements and related financial information. In this regard, EXCO is responsible for ensuring that the annual financial statements fairly represent the state of affairs of the forum as at the end of the financial year, in conformity with international financial reporting standards, and also confirms the status of the ongoing concern. Having confirmed and discharged its responsibilities, the EXCO is the body that facilitates the approval of the audited financial statements on behalf of the membership, which are then signed on its behalf by the President. In approving the audited financial statements, the EXCO also acknowledges the forum's nature of business. Regarding the risk management, EXCO assures that the forum monitors and manages its risk profile to ensure its continued existence and effective, efficient operations. Section 3 details the auditor's opinion, which is that, in the opinion of the auditor, the annual financial statements present fairly in all material aspects. The financial position of the SADC Parliament Forum as at 31st March 2024, and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international financial reporting standards and the requirements of the SADC-PF Constitution. Section 4 is a report of the statement of financial position as at 31st March 2024. Details of total assets with a total value of 28.8 million Namibian dollars are outlined in the statement of financial position, that is the balance sheet, contained in the audited financial statements. Total assets are made up of fixed assets of 9.28 million Namibian dollars, non-fixed assets of 17 million Namibian dollars, and one asset held for sale valued at 2.47 million Namibian dollars. Fixed assets are listed in the report with paragraph 4.1.1 to 4.1.5 and include property, plant, and equipment consisting of land, buildings, furniture, and fixtures, motor vehicles, and office equipment. Paragraph 4.1.6 and 4.1.7 are details of property, plant, and equipment encumbered as security by the respective lending banks, Nedbank and First National Bank, namely the SG residence and SG's vehicle. Section 5 explains the statement of financial performance for the year ended 31st March 2024 from paragraph 5.1 to 5.3, Of note is that the total revenue was 24,581 Namibian dollars and a total expenditure of 21.075 million Namibian dollars, resulting in a loss of 494,103. The loss is recorded despite the actual total expenditure of 25.075 million Namibian dollars having been approved total budgeted expenditure for the year. This is because the approved budget included a transfer from the reserves, which, however, cannot be accounted for as income due to acceptable accounting principles. In this regard, any expenditure approved to be covered by reserves will be recorded as a loss and will serve to reduce the accumulated reserves or unrestricted reserves fund. More details concerning the unrestricted reserves are contained in Section 6. Section 7 submits the management letter for noting by the plenary assembly. The good news is that there were no findings to report. 8.0, recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly. 8.1, the plenary assembly is requested to consider and approve the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2024. Paper 2, management accounts for the period 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. Mr. President, I now wish to present paper 2 of the Treasurer's report. Paper 2 consists of the management accounts for the period 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. The report provides an update on annual mandatory member contributions and details the budget performance as at 31st March 2025. 1. Section 1 is the update on annual mandatory member contributions. 1.1, the plenary assembly is reminded that the current annual mandatory contributions from 14 member parliaments stand at 1,501,500 Namibian dollars per annum per parliament. The total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025 is therefore 21,148,50 Namibian dollars. The status as at 31st March 2025 is provided in section 1.2. This is important as the position will be reflected in the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2025 and is submitted for noting only. Details will be found in paragraph 1.2.1 to 1.2.5. Section 1.3. 1.3 is the status as at the 30th April 2025, since updated to today, the 4th of June 2025. Allow me, therefore, to indicate that as for today, only Mozambique has outstanding areas, while the rest of the members is current in their contributions. This is because DRC provided proof today that payment of the full outstanding amount, including for the current financial year, equivalent to US dollars 351 has been processed by the bank. The proof of payment is dated 3rd June 2025. The funds have, however, not yet reflected in the forum's bank account, as it takes 5 working days to reflect. 5 working days. Mozambique has 1 year arrears and is therefore owing for 2 financial years. The table at 1.3 and the relevant paragraphs 1.3.1 to 1.3.4 will be updated accordingly. Section 1.4 is an appeal to member parliaments for the timely settlement of contributions in order to ensure a healthy cash flow. Parliaments are therefore requested to consider settling annual mandatory contributions in a timely manner, preferably in the first half of the financial year, in order to facilitate cash flow management. Those parliaments that have paid in advance for this current financial year are appreciated. Thank you. Section 1.5 serves to highlight action that may be taken on defaulting member parliaments pursuant to Article 9, subsection 1 of the SADC-PF Constitution, specifically the suspension of membership. 1.6, recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly are indicated at 1.6 as follows. The plenary assembly is requested to consider and take note of the status of annual mandatory contributions as at the 1st March 2025, being the final year end, and as 30th April 2025, and the update as of 4th June 2025, and also to appreciate the commitment of member parliaments in ensuring that contributions are paid. 1.6.2, the plenary assembly is requested to consider the provisions of Article 9 and to determine what action to take in order to encourage those parliaments which are with outstanding arrears of more than 12 months to settle same as a matter of priority, namely Mozambique. The plenary assembly is requested to note the appeal for the timely payments of contributions, preferably in the first half of the final year, in order to ensure a healthy cash flow throughout the financial year, and to urge member parliaments to consider the same. 2.0, budget performance report as at 31st March 2025. 2.1, section 2.1 provides context to the 2024-2025 budget as approved by the 54th Plenary Assembly in Mauritius. The context is important in order for the membership to appreciate what assumptions and implementation measures underpin the 2024-2025 budget, including highlighting the budgetary constraints when compared to financial resources generated. These are detailed at subsection 2.1.1 to 2.1.3 and include emphasis on internally generated financial resources, mode of operations and implementations of activities, and cost drivers. Section 2.2 provides an update on cost management measures and other related initiatives that have been implemented. These are detailed in subsection 2.2.1 to 2.2.4 and include virtual meetings, paperless environment, collaborations with partners, and financing of some activities by external funding. 2.3, Section 2.3 contains the budget variance report as at 31st March 2025 pertaining to income and allocation from the reserves. 2.3.1 Context. This budget variance report does not include donor-funded budgeted income and expenditure, but focuses on budgeted income and expenditure from mandatory member contributions and other income earned by the SADC-PF. Financial positions for donor funding received will be reported in paper 3. Details of budgeted and actual income are as shown in the tabulation at 2.3.1. 2.3.2 is the total income and allocation from reserves. The total budgeted income from allocation from reserves for the 2024-2025 budget was 27 million Namibian dollars, 128,000. Actual income plus allocation from reserves amounted to 26 million 680 Namibian dollars, giving a variance of 449,712. Further details are found at section 2.3.3 to 2.3.4. Section 2.4 is a detailed budget variance report as at 31st March 2025 pertaining to expenditure. Honorable members will be interested to have looked at these columns, which include the budget line, B, total budget, C, variations, D, total revised budget, E, the actual expenditure, F, variations, and then G, the percentage, finally, the status of funds. 2.4.1, budgeted expenditure was 27,104,000 Namibian dollars. The total approved budgeted expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025 is 27,104,000 Namibian dollars. This results in a budgeted surplus of 24,3200 against the budgeted income of 27,128,000 Namibian dollars. 2.4.3, budget performance analysis. Total actual expenditure was 24.6 million Namibian dollars. Total actual expenditure as at 31st March 2025 amounted to 24.6 million, representing a 90% of the total budgeted expenditure for the year, leaving a favorable total balance of 2.65 million, which is a 10%. The plenary assembly is reminded that some of the expenditure pertaining to standing committee meetings, program activities, and salaries for 5 core positions are catered for by the external funding, which is not part of this budget analysis, as indicated at 2.3.1 above. The favorable total variance is therefore made possible with the support towards operational and administrative expenses from collaborating partners such as Swedish outside of SADC-PF budget. 2.4.3, explanation for the unfavorable variances are provided at paragraph 2.4.3.1 to 2.4.3.4. Section 2.4.4 provides an explanation of the need for the variation of funds between statutory meetings and policy organs for noting. Paragraph 2.5 on the provision for repatriation costs is also submitted for noting. 2.5, recommendations for consideration of the plenary assembly. 2.5.1, the plenary assembly is requested to take note of the context of the 2024-2025 budget and the measures put in place to manage the limited financial resources. 2.5.2, the plenary assembly is requested to consider and take note of the performance of the budget as the 31st March 2025. In this regard, the plenary assembly is requested to take note of the unfavorable variance and the reasons advanced. 2.5.3, the plenary assembly is requested to note that the Secretary General, with the purpose of operationalizing her responsibility as Chief Accounting Officer, is mandated to vary funds between budget lines to ensure that the core business of the forum is not interrupted. In this regard, EXCO has ratified the variations. 2.5.4, the plenary assembly is also requested to appreciate the reasons for the favorable total variance, which include the following. 1, effective implementation of cost management measures. 2, support towards human resource operational and administrative expenses from collaborating partners such as Swedish. Mr. President, this marks end of paper 2. Paper 3. Mr. President, allow me now to table paper 3 for noting only. I will not go into the details, save to mention that paper 3 is a report of the financial position of the Sweden-funded SRHR, HIV, and AIDS project. Mr. President, this brings me to the end of the Treasurer's report to the 57th plenary. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci, honorable, pour votre rapport. Comme à l'accoutumée, je vais maintenant permettre le débat sur la motion. Les membres qui souhaitent débattre le font savoir, comme d'habitude, en levant la main.
On a point of order. Second, no speak.
Ah, monsieur le sénateur va appuyer la motion.
Mr. President, with the established protocol being followed to the letter, as a predecessor of the current treasurer and still a member of the executive committee, for the sake of institutional memory, I offer my full support for the plenary assembly to adopt the Treasurer's report that has been ably presented by my successor. Mr. President, during my tenure as Treasurer, I had the privilege of engaging deeper understanding of the financials for the forum and the measures implemented for the Secretariat to manage the scarce financial resources. Suffice, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, that to indicate that it was a stressful experience to present the financial position to the plenary, simply because the executive committee was faced with the enormous task of trying to convince the membership of the agent need not only to increase annual mandatory contributions, but also to increase that by a considerable amount. It was kind of relieving to note that plenary, the last when I made my report, they agreed that indeed the request for a review and increase of the mandatory contributions was necessary. This is being said without corrupting the statement or the report that has been presented ably and eloquently by the Treasurer. Mr. President, the Executive Committee acknowledges with appreciation the desire of the membership to ensure that the institution continues to reduce its reliance on external funding and to focus on internally generated resources for its core business. With the recent global developments in the donor universe, we seem to have little choice in that matter, Mr. President, especially with the new policies implemented by the so-called giants or socio-economic powerhouses, which have effectively reduced the funding to most of our member states. Indeed, the donor universe has been dwindling at an enormous scale, with the resultant disruption in the implementation of donor-funded projects. In view of this development, as our respective countries determine their priorities, therefore, it is important that we continue to aspire to elevate the status of the SADC-PF within the governance architecture of the region, and hence ensure its sustainability. Mr. President, as we all know, the legislature is one of the three arms of government at national level, and ideally, this ought to be the case at the regional level too. We must therefore, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, continue to aspire to inspire our member states through our parliaments to continue to support the forum through the allocation of adequate funding from national budgets to facilitate participation in SADC-PF activities in order to ensure the timely settlement of annual mandatory contributions, lest we should expire. This is especially be more important in the coming financial year when contributions are expected to increase. As we continue to steer our course towards transformation into a regional parliament, the issues of finances and sustainability will continue to be high on the agenda. Mr. President, we must continue to find innovative ways of managing costs, including the efficient and effective use of ICTs and artificial intelligence for communication and administrative systems. This also means that even though the membership has in the past unanimously expressed their preference for face-to-face meetings, the forum must, however, continue to make use of virtual platforms for some of its meetings and activities, in line with the deliberate policy decisions that was taken by the previous plenary assemblies. My plea to the honorable members, therefore, is that we continue to find some time to participate in the virtual meetings, without which our work as a regional parliament body will negatively be impacted. Mr. President, having said this, it is indeed pleasing to note the commitment of our membership towards ensuring that contributions to the SADC-PF are duly settled despite the challenges our respective countries are currently facing with their respective economies. We are thankful for this commitment, Mr. President, since ours is an institution that wishes to ideally sustain its operations primarily through the support of its member parliaments in order to ensure that it maintains its independence and determines its own agenda in the interest of the citizens of this region. With these words, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I plead that the House do adopt the report as presented by my successor. I thank you.
Merci, honorable sénateur, pour votre appui au rapport qui a été fait par l'honorable trésorière du forum parlementaire de la SADC. Maintenant, nous allons passer à la question, aux remarques ou bien des observations par rapport à ces rapports. Oui, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Eu uso desta oportunidade, uma vez que no relatório foi mencionado Moçambique de forma
attended the committee sessions. Mr. President, the committee was composed of the members as contained in the Appendix 1 that I will read through. The members that attended the meeting on the date were Honorable Mope Khati, who is the chairperson of the committee. She's myself. We had Honorable, who is vice chairperson of the committee. We had Honorable Luisa Damio Santos from Angola. We had Honorable Mpomorolong from Botswana. We had Honorable Clement Mubuyai Muya from DRC. We had Honorable Senator Linda Ngumalo from Eswatini. We had Honorable Fiorovana Celestine from Madagascar. We had Honorable Rachel Zulu from Malawi. Honorable Kelly Saminadin from Seychelles. We had Honorable Bongi Gosi Madigizela from South Africa. We had Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji from Tanzania. Honorable Julian Nyemba from Zambia. The Mauritius Parliament had not yet constituted the committee. Okay. And then we also had Mozambique Parliament, which had not constituted the committee at the time of the meeting. Namibia Parliament had also not constituted the committee during the session. Honorable President, the terms of reference of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs are articulated in Rule number 42E in bracket of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Rules of Procedure as follows. It is to deal with human and social development issues pertaining to health and combating illicit drug trafficking, HIV and AIDS, human resource development, education, professional training, employment and labor, culture and sports, science and technology, and humanitarian issues, among others. The Standing Committee held its statutory meeting on the 23rd April 2025 at Premier Hotel OR Tambo in Johannesburg, South Africa, under the theme towards developing a SADC model law on prison oversight. This formed the foundation for the deliberation during the joint committee session that was held from the 24th to 25th of April 2025, ensuring that the perspective of the committee were duly incorporated into the model law. The meeting held on the 23rd April 2025 was convened in response to the growing regional concerns over persistent gap in prison oversight and deteriorating state of healthcare services within correctional facilities across SADC region. Every conditions are marked by chronic overcrowding, with some facilities operating at 200% of their intended capacity. The regional average incarceration rate stands at approximately 240 prisoners per 100,000 population, with many countries facing rising pre-trial detention rates, which in some cases exceeds 30% of the total prison population. Furthermore, SADC prisons record tuberculosis incidence rates up to 10 times higher than those in the general population. These are driven by poor ventilation, malnutrition, and inadequate screening and treatment protocols. Additionally, mental health services remain virtually non-existent in many facilities, and women, juvenile, and people living with disabilities face structural neglect in both healthcare access and custodial arrangements. Recognizing that the health of prisoners outcomes, the meeting brought together regional policymakers and technical experts to develop integrated, rights-based responses. The overarching goal was to gather actionable insights that would inform the formulation of a model law on prison oversight, designed to enhance accountability, ensure humane detention conditions, and position prison health as a vital component of regional health security and human rights compliance. Mr. President, the Standing Committee received and considered the expert presentations from Ms. Michaela Clayton of ARASA on health conditions in SADC correctional facilities. The presentations highlighted critical issues summarized as follows. Whereas the committee discussed prison health as a cornerstone of the regional public health security and human rights compliance, the committee notes that TB infection rates in SADC prisons are 10 times higher than community rates due to severe overcrowding, inadequate ventilation, and inconsistent power supply. The committee also understands that HIV prevalence in prisons is double the regional average, with women inmates disproportionately affected by sexual violence and mother-to-child transmission risks. The committee confirms systematic failures in providing basic preventive health care, such as condoms, gender-based violence reporting mechanisms, and nutritional support, undermining TB and HIV treatment efficacy. The committee is cognizant that colonial-era punitive designs persist in modern correctional services systems, exacerbating health crisis and human rights violation. The report highlights South Africa's Bail Fund initiative as a model to reduce pretrial detention driven by poverty, which could alleviate overcrowding if adopted regionally. The committee is deeply concerned that inadequate healthcare infrastructure, staff shortages, and budget misallocation prioritizing security over rehabilitation and health. The report stresses the role of parliament in reforming sentencing laws, funding prison health, and integrating it with national public health systems. The committee supports the African Commission on Human and People Rights Resolution 428 on prison conditions in Africa 2020, urging states to adopt alternatives to incarceration and improve oversight. The report recognizes that judicial inefficiencies and socio-economic drivers of incarceration require root cause analysis to achieve sustainable reforms. Mr. President, the committee therefore recommends the following. It urges the plenary, or the committee therefore recommends the following to the plenary assembly: to urge SADC governments to declare prison health as public priority, allocating an adequate budget to correctional facilities with specific funds for TB and HIV programs, rehabilitation, and nutritional support. Mandate national parliaments to pass legislation enforcing the UN Bangkok rules and Nelson Mandela rules, including gender-sensitive healthcare, trauma-informed services for juveniles, and independent oversight mechanisms. Call for immediate adoption of alternative sentencing, such as community service, bail reforms, and fast-tracking of minor offenses cases to reduce overcrowding, replicating the South Africa Bail Fund model. The committee recommends the plenary to direct SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat to develop a regional prison health benchmarking framework, including minimum standards for medical care, staff to inmate ratios, and data sharing protocols with public health authorities. It advocates for bilateral agreements between member states to harmonize prison healthcare policies, share best practices, and facilitate cross-border training of medical staff. Mr. President, under the importance of prison oversight to protect prisoners' rights to health, the Standing Committee received and considered the expert presentation from Dr. G. Magwende on the critical link between prison oversight, and healthcare rights. The presentation highlighted the issues as summarized below. Whereas effective oversight mechanisms are essential to safeguard prisoners' rights to health, particularly for infectious diseases, mental health services, and vulnerable groups. The report knows that good prison health is good public health. Good prison health is good public health. With neglect of prison health, visitors, and released inmates. The committee understands the urgent need for standardized health monitoring, data sharing between prisons and public health authorities, and budget allocations aligned with public health priorities. The report stresses the imperative to integrate tailored interventions for vulnerable populations into the proposed model law on prison oversight. Mr. President, the committee therefore recommends the following: that the plenary assembly support the adoption of the independent monitoring mechanisms, including oversight visits by parliamentary committees, national human rights institutions, and civil society, with safeguard for whistleblowers and detainees. It calls upon national parliaments to prioritize gender-sensitive healthcare in prisons, including SRHR services for women and trauma-informed care for juveniles, as required under the UN Bangkok rules and Nelson Mandela rules. Under the judicial perspective on the status of the prison system, the Standing Committee received video testimony from regional judges on prison conditions and oversight imperatives. The issues were summarized as follows. Whereas the judges documented severe overcrowding, such as 50 inmates sharing 5 sanitary facilities in some facilities, driven by excessive incarceration for minor offenses, the committee noted that such conditions violate international human rights standards and undermine rehabilitation goals. The committee recognizes the judges' anonymous call for mandatory judicial prison visits, standardized monitoring tools, and policy reforms to reduce pre-trial detention. The report endorses the online questionnaire as a regional tool for systematic data collection on the prison conditions. Mr. President, the committee therefore makes the following recommendations to the plenary: to encourage national parliaments to advocate for mandatory judiciary prison inspections in all SADC member states, to monitor compliance with human
d'appui.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion moved by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development